No, Doug. We're not just having a difference of opinion on how to win the Super Bowl. We're really angry at the malfeasance Brad Holmes committed by neglecting the offense and defense. You don't need to be a football genius to know that when it starts to church. First two picks. And defense. Because he's the best we've had. Good team, clean house. For all the Lions, Tigers, and Wings, all their management teams have been failures. Clean house. So what do you want to do then? What does that mean? The general manager had a job as you said by dinner time because he would. When you're the GM, what players you want to do? That's what clean house means to me. It doesn't just mean, oh, we got to. Does it mean Dan Campbell's gone? You know what else needs to be? You know what Dan Campbell? You know what Brad Holmes? Really? Yeah. I don't think we're taking a big enough step back and looking at this season and seeing what it is. It's a knee-jerk reaction to not winning in the same basis last year, which was they weren't going to win 50 games. No, the game to start the season of with lost the schedule game. I don't know if we had anybody. Yeah, they're trending to be right in there. And look, they didn't want anything under will hit, in which case they failed to live up to what was a reasonable expectation, given the roster and the schedule. We knew this year was going to be tough. But I mean, the people that I don't know what they expect. If you expected them to lose 5 or 6 games, then when they lose a game, they might lose. Clean house. Look, I'm disappointed too. I guess this goes back to the classic sports radio debate. Who's got higher standards? I don't think they're done, even if this year goes south. So I feel like they locked up their best young players. Yeah. Well, you went through what Philadelphia's gone through. Yeah. Right? Yeah. I mean, they had gone to a Super Bowl, then missed the playoffs, right? Yeah. Yeah, it can happen. And by the way, come back and win a Super Bowl. I mean, all that can happen. You can also mix a bad season and they won 4 games. I don't want to see that season again. And I don't expect to see that season again anytime soon. But it's going to be difficult for Lions to make the playoffs this season without question. I thought he built up enough credibility that I'm nowhere close to 5 of them before deciding that they're confident. I sure thought they'd do with everybody. But I too do not think Holmes should be fired. I too do not think Holmes should be fired. He should. No, he's agreeing with us. But I too do not think Holmes should be fired. I too do not think Holmes should be fired. That's what he said. He said, I too do not think Holmes shouldn't be fired. Say I too. You can't continue to use when Frank retired. Excuse me. Frank was contemplating retirement 2 years ago, and Holmes had plenty of time to get ahead of it, no matter what it happens. Like I said, they drafted Miles Frazier this past season. Last year, they drafted Giovanni Manu and Christian Mahogany. So that they tried to get offensive linemen in here. Maybe they should have made a better effort in free agency. I think some of these people should call the Patriots and tell them they can't be good because the entire left side of the line is rookies. What do you mean? This isn't allowed to be good. I don't understand. Well, it's because they're acting like, oh, just getting Radlich, that's not enough. Why is plug and play a rookie expect to be good? The entire left side of the Wicked Patriots offensive line is rookies. It's the first round pick, the third round pick, playing left guard. And they're best in the AFC. They are. They played the easiest NFL schedule on record. Thank you, Paul. It's a valid point. I mean, you draft a rookie, it doesn't mean you don't expect them to play. But I got to tell you, I still think Radlich can be the player. I pulled some Mahogany. And the courage to about returning this year. Oh, boy. 248-539-97. Give the calendar show stuff. The city. Sympathy or a transmod is one pill once a day. For adults with moderate to severe UC, that can help calm the chaos of UC symptoms of rectal bleeding and frequent visits. Sympathy treats players with some-seam remission by week 12. It provides a chance for lasting steroid-free remission in 1 year. Don't take Sympathy if you've had a heart attack, chest pain, stroke, or mini stroke, heart failure in the last 6 months, irregular or abnormal heartbeat, and serious side effects like needle infection, slow heart rate, liver problems, increased blood pressure, vision problem called macular edema, certain types of skin cancer, swelling and narrowing of brain's blood vessels, or shortness of breath. Tell your doctor if you're pregnant or planning to control her and for 7 days after treatment. Sorry about that. Look, they have fun. Ask your doctor about once daily oral Velsipity.
Did you know you can opt out of winter? With Verbo, save up to $1,500 for booking a month-long stay. With thousands of sunny homes, why subject yourself to the cold? Just filter your search by monthly stays and save up to $1,500. Book now at Verbo.com.
A December day is the perfect time to throw on your helmet or boots, grab an ice-cold Mountain Dew with a refreshing citrus kick, and head to the hills for some hiking, mountain biking, and panoramic views you'll be liking. It's this raising your heart rate and your elevation to the elevated deliciousness of local refreshment. Give me the sunshine, give me something simple and true. Give me my friends, give me
Do the do. At LinkedIn, we know hiring is a big deal for small businesses. Sometimes it can even feel a little overwhelming. That's why LinkedIn uses data that you can't find anywhere else, like skills, interests, and mutual connections to find you the best candidates. Also, you can feel confident you're hiring the best person for the job, and maybe even a little hiring bliss. See why 86% of small businesses who post a job on LinkedIn get a qualified candidate within a day. Post a job for free at linkedin.com/skill. That's linkedin.com/skill. LinkedIn, your next great hire is here.
Text the ticket now. Ticket text 248-539-9797.
We're in a weird place. I'm actually want to sort of come to the defense of something I just pointed out. I'm impressed with what New England has done this year. I don't ever remember seeing a team play a schedule where their opposing teams, the teams that they have played, the strength of schedule overall is 36.9. Oh. Typically, the strength of schedules range between 40, their opponent's winning percentage between 450 and 550. Everybody's kind of in that area. New England's opposing team strength of schedule is 36.9. They've won the games, and congratulations.
Yeah, they've won 11 out of 12.
And Paul, it doesn't make the point invalid. But why we said what we said about New England is 36.9% winning percentage is a remarkably easy schedule compared to the rest of the league.
Go out and win those games, and they have. Yep. And credit to them. And they look like a real competent team. We both love their coach. Mm-hmm. Big fans of their coach.
Yep.
And I guess, going into the season, what's different with the Lions going into this season compared to what it was last year? Well, new offensive coordinator, new defensive coordinator, new center, new right guard, new left guard. That's 5 things that are pretty important to see what's different with this team. And I thought they'd go 11-6 this year. They can still get there. Got work to do. They have to win 4 of the last 5 to get there. It's not going to be easy to make the playoffs this year. Couple that because they were 15-2, they're going to have a different kind of schedule. But that being said, I'll be very disappointed if they don't make the playoffs. I'm not going to be mad. I'll be very disappointed. It's like I said,
a little mad.
Well, it wouldn't. I would hope it wouldn't last long. I mean, mad is like they should have done something, could have done something. I don't know what they could have done. Should they have done something? I can say that. You should have. But could they have? I don't know. Because I don't know what was available. And
we can work in the facts, and we talk about it all the time, but the only offensive lineman traded was one who has been inconsistent and had penalty problems and went from New Orleans to the Chargers.
Yeah. And I know people are upset because Phillips got traded to the Eagles and immediately had a sack against the Lions, and he's done very little since then. But nonetheless, as an edge rusher, that people said that this team needed, and I wouldn't disagree too much with that, but I thought the bigger need was offensive line. And in the end, I forget what it was. Was it a 5th-round pick for Jalen Phillips?
I think it was a 3rd-round pick.
It was a 3rd-round pick for Jalen Phillips.
The Lions didn't have a 3rd-round pick.
Yes.
And that might be part of the miscalculations, right?
It could be, yeah.
They gave up a 3rd-round pick to move around on draft day.
And look, when it comes to us, I know in our show, it sounds like we defend Brad Holmes a ton, and we do. But in large part, it's against, I think it's against extreme takes. Yeah, that's it. There's an extreme take on things, and then there's a calculated take. You can say, we can have the conversation, willing to have the conversation about, the missteps that this team has gone through or the challenges that this team has had to go through.
Let's go to Joe in Highland here next. Hi, Joe.
Hey, good morning, gentlemen.
Morning.
Hey, I just want to call in for the 80-20 crowd, 80% Lions fans that don't call in because we just don't have time to waste to deal with this crybaby stuff. we just need to move forward, figure out what our issue is. We'll figure it out next year, but we're not firing people. It's ridiculous. So I can give it a little bit. Life doesn't go a certain way and just give up and start firing things, get divorced, kick your kids out of your house because you don't like them. You can't do that. You got to deal with it. We're a family. We're a sports family. We love the Lions. I'm just so tired of the negativity.
Well,
they got to the point where Kirby Joseph had to shut down the media. That upset me. He's one of our favorite players. He's done nothing but exceed expectations. And we give him a hard time, and I don't get it. I don't get this anymore. It's really upsetting.
Well, it's probably a bigger picture reflective of society type thing. But at the end of the day, Joe, it's why I would say we all want the same thing. It's just that I would hope a cordial debate of how we get there. But it's, I don't know, man. I think if the guys said clean house, if they cleaned house, the head coach and the GM would be 2 of the hottest properties on the open market.
Let me ask you this question. When has clean house really, really worked for anybody? Well, it takes time.
Yeah, I mean, everybody is,
ever had
success starts at some point.
Well, is there a bigger clean house than what the Lions did? They got rid of their head coach. They got rid of their head coach, general manager, and the starting quarterback.
Well, we had to have that starting quarterback in the most perfect trade that's been made in years. That's an exceptional trade that was done.
Well, yeah, but I'm just saying, you wanted to when his clean house worked. I think that worked.
No, I get you in that. Well, okay.
I'm not advocating for cleaning house here, by the way, Joe. I love this regime.
Yeah, I think we just need to cool the temperature pressure a little bit when we have players that are injured and they have to get off media and stuff because it's just too much for them. We need to calm down a bit. It's society. It's a little bit much.
Well,
too much anger going on.
Joe, I would agree. I would agree 10,000%. You made a whole societal thing. I think we all could be. But I think what happens is, there's so much information available now that everything seems so easy and everybody feels like an expert in everything. Of course, one thing has always been true. I think all guys think they could drive. All guys think they can grill. And all guys think they can call plays or coach. It's just part of our makeup as a gender. And I think that's always been the case. I've taken play calling calls for 30 years. Play calling's terrible. Where's the creativity? I think everybody thinks play calling is really, really easy. It's really, really tough.
Have you played Madden against these people?
No, that's a good point. ESPN this morning, they made the point that Dallas opened as a 5-point favorite for this game on Thursday. It is down to 3, so big money is coming in on Dallas. Then they put up a graphic about playoff chances. Here's the graphic. Dallas had a 35% chance to make the playoffs if they beat the Lions on Thursday, and only an 8% chance if they lose. That was the graphic, and I'm like, and who is Dallas playing?
What about the line?
Yeah, exactly. Reporting recently, people seem to feel that Amon-Ra St. Brown is likely going to be out for this game, but he hasn't been ruled out yet. And given the way that Jordan Love just tore up the line, he had very much success on some critical downs. Lions couldn't get off the field against Jordan Love and those weapons. And now no Terrion, Pickens, and CD. People are concerned they're going to have a field day, and I understand. And this might be an example of one of last year's type of games, is that the offense is going to have to find a way to keep pace without Amon-Ra, without Laporta. I like the way Tom Kennedy played. I think one of the developments is, all right, if suddenly there are fewer options and JMO moves up the food chain, can JMO help lead a healthy passing attack? And I think last week was an example that he can. And that's out of kind of necessity. When there are options, there's always somebody at that doesn't get the targets. There are fewer options. So JMO's going to get more targets, which means the possibility for more big plays, and they may need more big plays.
Well, yeah, they're going to have time to throw to make those big plays happen because they need time to develop those. But I was really encouraged with Tom Kennedy's effort against the Packers. It was, this guy knew where he was supposed to be, and he does all the things you're supposed to do. Catch the ball when it's thrown to you, get open. He was able to do that. Isaac Tesla going to get some more play, and I think that's nothing but a good thing. But it's almost like you hit another roadblock here. Tight end. What are they doing at tight end? I don't know if Brock Wright's going to play. He didn't practice, and Zylstra's just getting back to practice, so they've got a whole makeshift tight end group there too. It's going to be a struggle, but that's the football season.
All right, Kelvin Shepard had a lot to say yesterday. We will play it for you next hour. Also, a weird realization last night watching the Pistons game. I couldn't believe it. We'll get to that in the 11 o'clock hour as well. Here on Carson Anderson on 97.1.
With stays under $250 a night, Verbo makes it easy to celebrate sweater weather. Book a cabin with leaf views or a home with a fire pit for nights with friends. With stays under $250 a night, find a home for your exact needs. Book now at Verbo.com.
Living with uncontrolled moderate to severe ulcerative colitis can be like going on a blind date with a werewolf.
Are you okay?
No, it's...
Is it the deal?
Are you wondering when your UC symptoms will pop up next? Prescription Velsipity, or etrasimod, is one pill once a day for adults with moderate to severe UC that can help calm the chaos of UC symptoms of rectal bleeding and frequent bathroom visits. Velsipity quickly treats flares, with some seeing remission by week 12. It provides a chance for lasting steroid-free remission at 1 year. Don't take Velsipity if you've had a heart attack, chest pain, stroke, or mini-stroke, heart failure in the last 6 months, irregular or abnormal heartbeat. It may cause serious side effects like fatal infections, slow heart rate, liver problems, increased blood pressure, a vision problem called macular edema, certain types of skin cancer, swelling and narrowing of brain's blood vessels, or shortness of breath. Tell your doctor if you're pregnant or plan to be. Use birth control during and for 7 days after treatment. Sorry about that. Oh, look, they have fun. Ask your doctor about once daily oral Velsipity.
The McDonald's snack wrap is back.
You brought it back. Ranch snack wrap. Spicy snack wrap. You broke the internet. For a snack. Snack wrap is back. Dane Super Cleans are here to take your laundry to the next level. Talking about Dane Super Cleans. Super size laundry packs. These things are huge. Super fresh, super clean. Dane Super Clean. Dane Super Cleans laundry packs have 4 times the Oxy cleaning power and 3 times the Febreze freshness versus Dane Original Liquid. Super fresh, super clean. Dane Super Clean. Dane Super Cleans for next level laundry. Lowe's knows Black Friday is the perfect time to save big. Give the gift of performance with DeWalt deals, only at Lowe's. Get 2 free select DeWalt tools, and when you buy a DeWalt 5 amp hour starter kit, DeWalt's 20-volt Max and XR lineups deliver power and performance built to last. Visit the tools department at your nearest Lowe's store for the perfect holiday gift. Valid to 12/3. Maximum initial battery voltage measured without a work load is 20 volts. Nominal voltage is 8C.
A December day is the perfect time to throw on your helmet or boots, grab an ice-cold Mountain Dew with a refreshing citrus kick, and head to the hills for some hiking, mountain biking, and panoramic views you'll be liking. It's raising your heart rate and your elevation deserves the elevated deliciousness of bold refreshment. Give it sunshine, something fickle and true. Give me my give me
WXYT FM and WXYT HD1 Detroit. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Sports headlines. Live from the Jamie Samuelson studio. This is 97.1.
Brought to you by Mastercraft Heating and Cooling. The Red Wings take on Boston tonight for their second consecutive game against the Bruins. Detroit lost 3-2 in a shootout in Boston on Saturday. Tonight they hope to snap a 4-game losing skid, but will be without center Mason Appleton, who was out with an injury, as Todd McClellan said yesterday. Puck drop at 7 o'clock. Pregame coverage starts here on 97.1 with Jeff Rieger at 6:45. Michigan State basketball begins Big Ten play tonight when the 7th-ranked Spartans face the Iowa Hawkeyes in East Lansing. MSU will wear throwback uniforms from the 2000 to 2010 era. Tip-off is at 7 o'clock. Michigan State has been all in the news lately after hiring Pat Fitzgerald as the program's new football coach yesterday. Fitzgerald will be introduced on campus at 3 o'clock today. That press conference will take place just hours after the athletic department announced for Sparta this morning. MSU Athletics Capital Initiative, as the school calls it, is set out with the intention to raise $1 billion with a B towards stadium and athletic facility upgrades, including a massive construction project at Spartan Stadium. MSU Athletic Director Jay Batt said in the release, quote, "Certainly $1 billion is an aspirational goal, but Spartans have never backed down from a challenge. Throughout history, Michigan State has been a leader in college athletics, and the time has come to lead once again," unquote. MSU says it already has $250 million towards its goal of $1 billion. At the Cornwall Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Live from the Jamie Samuelson studio. Kai Shant Anderson on 97.1.
Finally, you can stream the show using the Odyssey app. Get it for your mobile device today, AUDACY. Also streaming through our website, 971theticket.com, where Champ and Chump are posted. We did the voting yesterday, posted on our website on Tuesday. Additionally, you can stream with video, twitch.tv and youtube.com. Both of those sites have streaming chats. You can comment. The community's there. And we sometimes read what you wrote on the air. All right, let's get to what the defensive coordinator had to say yesterday. Calvin Shepard speaking with the media. A lot of focus lately on pass rush and lack thereof. They've got Dallas coming up on Thursday night. How do you create a pass rush against the Cowboys? Here's what Calvin Shepard had to say.
It's a lot of too close almost happening still in November going into now December, where that's absolutely won't be tolerated. Being close isn't good enough. You have to make that play, and that's coverage and rush. They marry each other. There's no dominant defensive secondary in this league without a good pass rush. There's no good pass rush without some type of coverage happening on the back end. So the guys understand that, and we have to find a way to mesh and gel those at the highest level this week against one of the top, if not the top offense in the NFL right now.
It's weird. Earlier in the year, they were creating more more pressure. Lately, it hasn't been there. The question is it a product of who they're playing? Are they guys who are one-trick ponies? Are guys nursing injuries? Or are they just overrated? I guess it's another possibility here. Whatever it may be, it feels like it's an underachieving group. And even, people think they should have added more, and that's going to be a debate that probably goes on for as long as we have these jobs. But at the end of the day, they got to figure something out because you can't cover forever. And with these receivers coming up Thursday night, you got to get in Dak's face.
Yeah, and for what it's worth, last year they had 37 sacks. This year 32. So they're on pace for more than what they did last year in terms of quarterback sacks. But what your eyes have seen last is that they haven't gotten home to the quarterback. They didn't get at Jordan Love. They didn't get to Jameis Winston until the last play of the game. And that's disappointing. And, yeah, the stakes are higher after you announce a contract with Aiden Hutchinson to make him one of the richest players in the league in his position. And we just haven't seen that crazy production that I think we were hoping for this year. But it's still 5 games to go. But they absolutely need him to be a guy. They need everybody to step up and do more. And then they're trying to find different combinations. We've seen Ali McNeil out as a defensive end, so they can maximize and use a rotation of guys in the middle and use McNeil because he's got the ability to rush the passer. But they've got to be better with their blitz packages. It seems like every time they send an extra person, they get picked up.
Yeah, last year they were bottom 10 in the NFL in total sacks. This year they're still top 10, but they look like last year's pass rush of late. All right, so everybody loves to bring this up, and it's a great question, and I don't dismiss it. But it was asked basically of Kelvin Shepard. Micah Parsons gets double teamed. Myles Garrett gets double teamed. So when Hutch gets double teamed, those guys are still producing. Can Hutch give more? Here's what he had to say.
What I know is I have a high-level player, one of the best, if not the best, edge rushers in this league. He knows, just like we know, people are going to play him for him. That's why he is one of the best, and he has to combat that. But it isn't a one-man show. Other people have to win. And when I'm not just talking about Hutch, I'm not just talking about Mac. I thought Mac was a very impactful rusher in the middle all Thanksgiving Day. But it just can't be those two guys. When your name is called, if you draw one-on-one, you have to win in this league if you want to be around. And it's just simple as that.
Last part sounds like a bit of a threat. Look, at the beginning of that question, we didn't play the whole thing for you, but there was basically, he said, I'm not going to compare. I'm not going to compare. I don't know what goes on in those buildings. They run different schemes. I'm not going to get into all that. And then he said, what I know is, and started with what he had to say about Hutch. Look, he's got a big contract. He's back from injury. He's kind of not made the impact the last few weeks. And without him making as much of an impact, there are problems. I still think he's capable. And I suspect we will see a dramatic difference with not only quarterback sacks, but TFLs. There's no difference between who gets tackled behind the line of scrimmage. You get behind the chains and your drives are percent chance of your drives being successful goes way down. So they have to be better up front. I'm no coach, but it also doesn't, you don't have to be the smartest football mind to figure that out.
Yeah, Hutchinson is 10th in the league in sacks with 8.5, but he's 20th, tied for 20th in the league with tackles for loss. And you look at that like, wow, that's really something that's happened there. It's because he's only got 9 tackles for loss. Myles Garrett has 28. Max Crosby has 23. And Micah Parsons has 12 to go with his 12.5 sacks. So he's not in that category. I don't think. I think he's great. I think he's a great player. They need other guys to do their job too. But they aren't paying him like that. And there's going to be pressure on Aiden Hutchinson. I hope he breaks through and ends up having a killer game on Thursday night. We know he's capable. We've seen him have 3-4 sack games and completely wreak havoc and be in the backfield constantly. And if I'm not mistaken, it wasn't last year against the Cowboys when he got hurt. Yeah. But he was having a good game until he broke his leg. And then the Lions just smoked the Cowboys the rest of the way and won like 47-9. But he's absolutely capable of having those games. It's not just on him, but it starts with him.
Well, and the other thing that we pointed out, and I don't want this to be taken the wrong way, but, a guy who wasn't doing it at the level he is now was Myles Garrett, who had, I think, 4 sacks through 7 games and then exploded and had 14 and a half sacks in like his last 4 or 5 games. Now, I'm not saying expect 14 and a half sacks, but I'm saying this can happen where a guy goes through a non-productive stretch or a less productive stretch in a season and then turns it around and is far more productive. It happened with arguably the best in the game. All right, so will they turn it around defensively? This was an interesting answer. They got this game against the Cowboys. They're kind of up against it. Will they turn it around defensively? Here's what Kelvin Shepard had to say.
We're exactly where we want to be. And that might sound crazy, but in my opinion, we're exactly where we want to be. You can say backs against the wall. What I see is a great opportunity with everything. When we started this year, we had goals and aspirations. All those goals and aspirations still lie ahead of us, but now it's just a more sense of urgency, which it always should have been. But sometimes it's human nature. You need a little nudge. You need a little reminder of where you've been instead of where you're at or where you think you're old, if you're owed something. We just need a little reminder. And I just hope it's a wake-up call to us all. There's an urgency and there's a margin for error that's no longer tolerable.
Will this bring out their best?
I hope so. I think that they can say that they tune out the outside noise, but I think we all know better. Some players will be listening to some of this stuff more than others, but they know what's going on. They do walk around town and they'll hear what people have said, or that they'll look at Twitter or whatever, watch a TV show, listen to the radio, and they know what's up. Plus, they're the guys that are playing the game. Of course they know what's happening. They're not thrilled with what's happened with the record this year. They can't be happy with how they've gone from being the best in the NFL last year against the pass with their quarterback rating to being, very middle of the road at best. They have to come up with an effort. If they don't win on Thursday night, good luck getting to the playoffs at that point. I mean, it may not technically be a must-win game, but this might be one of these get-right games, like get back on the right path towards winning, and that way you can try to save the season and get to the postseason.
He clearly thinks they're going to come out fighting. And look, when you hear we're right where we want to be, there was a follow-up question. Like, fans don't feel that.
Mm-hmm.
And here's what he had to say.
Because I've been trained and conditioned. The same reason I don't panic when I lose 3 starters on the back end. Because I see an opportunity ahead of us. I see an opportunity where we're back in that realm of being doubted. I see an opportunity to where everybody's not looking at us as the class of the NFL. So that's why I say it's right where we want to be, because it's right where I like to live. Right here, just in the back, just laying in the weeds and waiting to bite somebody's ass. So I'm looking forward to this week, and I know our players feel the same way.
Okay, ask yourself this. If you don't feel that way, aren't you glad that the defensive coordinator does?
Well, there's that. Yeah, I mean, as a coach speak, of course, it's coach speak. But if I'm a player in that locker room and I'm hearing the coach deliver that message, and, this is your profession. This isn't some hobby, guys talking about a book club later on. This is their livelihood. This is football. And that's the guy who leads them on defense. He's the defensive coordinator, and he's trying to fire him up. If that's my job, I'm probably getting fired up. But the proof is in the pudding. Get out there and do it on Thursday.
Yeah, I remember talking when we talked with Chuck Daly all the time, and back in the going to work Pistons, and he had this no more big games theory.
Bad boy. Oh yeah,
it was the going to work Pistons. Yeah, he was retired. It was coming on the air. When he used to come on the air and talk to us, he talked about the feeling of how hard it was in the regular season. Well, now this kind of feels like a playoff game. This Cowboy game feels like a playoff game. And we'll see if it turns out the Lions' best. Kind of better. All right, 248-539-9797. We'll talk with you next. It is Carson Anderson on 97.1. Michigan Auto Law, the law firm that puts people over everything. They specialize only in auto and truck accidents. Many law firms don't do that. They specialize on many different areas of the law. You wouldn't go to a doctor who specializes in all sorts of medicine. Why would you do that with your lawyer? Specialization really matters. Educated consumers will choose Michigan Auto Law. Do your research and learn more at autolaw.com. Once you take your case, they'll communicate with you. They are the best in customer service and satisfaction. They are the law firm that puts people over everything. Visit autolaw.com. That's autolaw.com.
You know that big bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement. Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergent. Pay for clean. If it's gotta be clean, it's gotta be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
Oh, hey, welcome to gift wrapping. Whoa, so we stopped on it.
Hey, can you wrap these, please?
Wow, iPhone 17s. You splurged.
At T-Mobile, you can get 4 iPhone 17s on them. The new center stage front camera is amazing for group selfies. It's the perfect gift for everyone.
I'm the worst. I only got my mom a roll.
Well, it's better than socks.
Where are you going?
To T-Mobile. Excellent. The holidays are better at T-Mobile. Get 4 iPhone 17s on us. No trade-in needed when you switch. Plus 4 lines for just $25 a line.
Living with uncontrolled moderate to severe ulcerative colitis can be like biking to work in the rain with an outlaw motorcycle gang.
Let's ride, boys.
Are you wondering when your UC symptoms will pop up next? Prescription Velsipity or etrasimod is 1 pill once a day for adults with moderate to severe UC that can help calm the chaos of UC symptoms of rectal bleeding and frequent bathroom visits. Velsipity quickly treats flares, with some seeing remission by week 12. It provides a chance for lasting steroid-free remission at 1 year. Don't take Velsipity if you've had a heart attack, chest pain, stroke, or mini-stroke, heart failure in the last 6 months, irregular or abnormal heartbeat. It may cause serious side effects like fatal infections, slow heart rate, liver problems, increased blood pressure, a vision problem called macular edema, certain types of skin cancer, swelling and narrowing of brain's blood vessels, or shortness of breath. Tell your doctor if you're pregnant or plan to be. Use birth control during and for 7 days after treatment.
The rain's letting up.
Ask your doctor about once daily oral Velsipity.
The McDonald's snack wrap is back. You brought it back. Ranch snack wrap. Spicy snack wrap. You broke the internet. For a snack. Snack wrap is back.
A December day is the perfect time to hit up your group chat, grab an ice-cold Mountain Dew with a refreshing citrus kick, and make the most of every moment that's left in the season. Because when the outdoors calls, it's good to have exhilarating ice-cold refreshment to answer.
Give me a hot give me the sunshine, give me a dream. Something simple and true. Give me my grass, give me
Do the do.
Verbo's last-minute deals make chasing fresh mountain powder incredibly easy. With thousands of homes close to the slopes, you can get epic pow, freshies, first tracks, and more. Find last-minute deals with the last-minute filter on the app. Book a private vacation rental now at verbo.com.
every now and then I reach out, and I need deliveries tonight, and I need it more. But get back to I don't know what to do. I'm almost in the dark. When you get yourself like it's gone far.
Found and rinsed by stubborn odors in just one wash. When impossible odors get stuck in,
Rinse it out.
Our Bengals are in. Detroit Pistons play the Milwaukee Bucks. Pre-game tomorrow night at 7:35 on 97.1 The Ticket.
Later in the show, we'll hear from John Morton, some Red Wing and Piston talk today at 11:30. Hello, and welcome back to the Carson Anderson program. The Carson Scott Anderson, 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your phone call. Steve is in Riverview and on 97.1. Hi, Steve.
Hey, first time caller. How are you?
We're good, thank you. Do you have us on speaker, Steve?
Yeah, I'm on speaker.
Can you tell you if you could take it off speaker? It'd be a lot better for everybody. If you don't mind?
Okay.
Yeah. All right, Steve. I'll tell you what, I'll put you on hold. We'll get back to you, Steve. We'll go to Bernard next on 97.1. Hi, Bernard.
What's going on, guys? You all right?
Yeah, we're good, Bernard.
Okay, listen, I don't think the real problem is necessarily Brad Holmes did a good job, but he done the job they brought him here to do. and now it's time to bring in a consultant or an advisor to kind of straighten it all out, because he's an amateur GM. You know, you might as well say Campbell's a manager. An amateur coach, and they're trying to figure out how to take the next step. I don't think either one of them know. So I think they need to bring in a more experienced guy to kind of consult or advise them on the next steps to take, because I don't think they know how to get out of this mess that they're in. You know, they're a good team, and he picked a good team. He put a good team together, but you need a great team to win a Super Bowl. And I don't think either together great teams.
So let me just ask you. So Bernard, last year when they were going through injury after injury, week after week, specifically to the defense, and they kept winning games and ended up being 15-2 before suffering yet even more injuries in the playoff game.
Right.
You didn't think they were handling the situation last year as it was going on?
No, I just think it was an anomaly. You know, and I think what happened last year doesn't happen much.
Is it possible? Is it possible what's going on right now is an anomaly?
No, it's not an anomaly, because it's been a steady slide. The offensive line has been steadily getting worse.
All right, what role? I'm trying to figure out what is it the same offensive line that they had last year?
No, well, I'm saying they knew Ragnar was coming out, but they refused. They decided to ignore it. They didn't resign the other guy.
What? Like he was already gone.
Well, I'm saying, but it was staring them right in the face, but they don't know what to do, and that's why they're not doing anything.
Well, they didn't find out that Ragnar was going to retire until after the draft, which is well after free agency.
But he ended at it last year. You know what I'm saying? So they got time to prepare. They just don't know what to do, so they're not doing anything because they're not sure what to do.
I would say this. I would agree with that if that were the case, Brad, over several years. Then I think you can make that statement. All this has happened in like 6 months. It's hard for me to agree with that completely if it's only been a few, less than a year's worth of evidence that they don't know what they're doing. And I can't say they don't know what they're doing, but I can say that, this year is definitely a disappointment from what we're used to for the last couple of years. And yet they still have a chance to make the playoffs. One of the things also means that they still have a chance to prove themselves in Bernard's eyes of correcting things and getting things right.
So we talk about miscalculations, right? So one of the things that they might have miscalculated on, but wasn't illogical, was, okay, we have a lot of good players to sign. Who are some aging players that we can replace with younger, cheaper alternatives? One of them was Zeitler, right? Mm-hmm. They let Zeitler walk because Mahogany came on late last year and showed quite a bit of promise. And they're like, we can save a bunch of money here. Not a bunch, but we save some money here, save some money there to help us afford our guys long term. That actually is somewhat logical. Would you not agree?
Yes.
Okay. Then they drafted a second-round pick in Tate Ratledge, a guy they envisioned being a starter. And then Mahogany got hurt. Ragnar retired. and all that got, basically that plan got nuked. And Glasgow got hurt. Now you got a third-string center in there. And it's not helping. But what they were doing wasn't illogical. In fact, when they drafted Ratledge, that might have been, it sounds like that was a long-term plan for people say, then Bernard said, Frank's retirement was staring them in the face. They didn't expect it to be this year. They did draft a guy who they envisioned as being a center down the road, who I think they thought they'd have a couple more years of Ragnar. And Ragnar didn't just surprise them. He surprised everybody and walked away from the game. Now, if he gave them an indication that, I'm really strongly considering this before the draft, then maybe they should have been a little bit more urgent about it, but they were trying to, create some cap space by letting Zeitler go so they could sign their guys, and at the end of the day, so far it hasn't worked. But it wasn't illogical. No, they also drafted Miles Frazier, who was got a high grade mark that was still around later in the draft.
And I don't know if Zeitler's had a great season either.
Yeah.
So, I don't know if that was the answer to have Zeitler here. If he's not having a good season, then, I think there's a reason they were willing to move on.
248-539-9797, Steve in Riverview. Hi, Steve.
Hey, can you hear me okay now?
Much better, yeah.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I just wanted to say, man, I've been hearing a lot of the callers talking about, real negative stuff about the Lions, and it's like, man, we were 15-2 last year. We were 12-5 the year before. I'm 43 years old. I've been watching them for a really long time, probably since I was 5 with my dad. It's a big family thing, but I feel like they're going to be 11-5 or 11-6 or 12-5 this year. I feel like they're going to turn it around like they do. There's a whole new regime with this team, and there's a whole new, it's just all different. It's not like it used to be.
Well, so Steve, that's interesting because I mean, that's a lot of faith in this group. And you bring up a point, is this current coach and GM being judged in part because previous coach and GM's failures? Nothing to do with them, but sort of a lingering effect of the Lions' previous people in these positions always let you down.
I think so.
You very well might be right. I mean, the psychology of being a sports fan is always something that fascinates me, but you could be right. I'm not as confident as you are that they're going to, because to get to 12-5, you got them run on the table.
Was that a gulp or was that a yes?
I'll call back and if they do it. So
I hope they do. It'd be great if they do.
Thank you for the phone call, 248-539-9797.
Was that affirmation of that statement? It was a. I'm sorry. Was that the reality?
I just said what? Huh? I mean, to get to the playoffs, they're going to have to play much better than they have. This team earlier in the year was on a 4-game winning streak. They beat in that 4-game winning streak. They annihilated a Bears team that's in first place.
It is now, yes. They have to play better in all 3 facets of the game too. It's not just we've talked about the issues with the offensive line. We've talked about the issues with the pass defense and lack of a pass rush. And we haven't brought up the special teams yet, but that's been inconsistent as well. They have to be better in all 3 facets.
248-539-9797. Harry is next. Hi, Harry.
Hey, guys. First-time caller. I listen to the show all the time, but I can't handle the negativity. I'm like the review guy. We still have a window to get to the playoffs. We're going to have to win at least 4 out of 5 games. The enemy of our enemy is our friend. Our friend now is the Green Bay Packers. I'm over the Green Bay game. My wife and I have season tickets, but we can do this. I mean, but I'm going to issue a challenge to Campbell and the Lions today. They're always talking about grit. Where's the grit? This is the time we need to see the grit. All right. The defense needed to step up last Thursday on Thanksgiving. They didn't do it. They haven't scored a touchdown all year on defense. We've got 1 punt return all year. We need some of these other units to come up with some big plays. The offense cobbled together 24 points last week when St. Brown went out right away. We can do this. We're going to need some help, but we've got to win tomorrow night, and we've got to at least win 4 out of 5 and get some help. I'm going to make this prediction. We're going to beat the Bears the last game of the season, and we're going to slide in as a 7th seed.
Interesting. I've already owned the L on my original prediction on that last game because it doesn't look very promising at all. I suppose it's a matter of making up 1 game on Chicago. If Detroit can get within 1 game of Chicago before the end of the year, then that game will be for the division. Because if Detroit beats Chicago in the finale, provided Green Bay, and there's no giving the Green Bay off anything.
Green Bay's got 2 cracks in Chicago.
But that first win over Chicago carries a lot of weight. So if you get to 10-6 and Chicago's 11-5 going into that last game, unless Green Bay's still there, Detroit and Chicago could be playing for something in which Detroit owns the tiebreaker.
Would you,
if with a win?
You're right. If you had to bet right now, who wins the division?
I'm going to have to sit down and look at the schedules. I can't do that without looking at the schedule, so I haven't done that yet. Give me a few minutes here.
Okay.
All right, Gators Crusade continues. We got a little Red Wing and Piston talk coming up straight ahead, including I had this amazing, I can't believe I feel this way, given everything I believed up until last night's Piston game. at 11:35. You're on 97.1.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement. Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergent. Pay for clean. If it's gotta be clean, it's gotta be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
A December day is the perfect time to throw on your helmet or boots, grab an ice-cold Mountain Dew with a refreshing citrus kick, and head to the hills for some hiking, mountain biking, and panoramic views you'll be liking. This raising your heart rate and your elevation deserves the elevated, delicious sense of bold refreshment. Just give me the sunshine, give me something fickle and true.
Running a business means I wear lots of hats. Luckily, when it's time to put on my hiring hat, I can count on LinkedIn to make it easy. I can post a job for free or pay to promote it and get 3 times more qualified candidates. Imagine finding your next great hire in 24 hours. 86% of small businesses do. I can also easily share my job with my network. No other job site lets you do that. Plus, I can manage everything all in one place. Post, match, hire, done. Post your free job at linkedin.com/skill. That's linkedin.com/skill. Terms and conditions apply.
Verbo's last-minute deals make chasing fresh mountain powder incredibly easy. With thousands of homes close to the slopes, you can get Epic Pow, Freshies, First Tracks, and more. Find last-minute deals with the last-minute filter on the app. Book a private vacation rental now at verbo.com.
Hey, Ryan Reynolds here from Mint Mobile. Now, I don't know if you've heard, but Mint's Premium Wireless is $15 a month. But I'd like to offer one other perk. We have no stores. That means no small talk. Crazy weather we're having. No, it's not. It's just weather. It is an introvert's dream. Give it a try at mintmobile.com/save.
Upfront payment of $45 for 3-month plan, $15 per month equivalent required. New customer offer first 3 months only. Then full price plan options available. Taxes and fees extra. See mintmobile.com.
Black Friday is back at Lowe's with huge LG savings. Right now, get up to 50% off select major appliances, plus an additional 25% off when you bundle select major appliances $396 or more. Discover LG's latest smart laundry innovations. Shop LG, America's most reliable line of home appliances, today at Lowe's. Based on independent reliability surveys 2021 through 24 and select major appliances. Selections vary by location. While supplies last. Exclusions apply. Offer ends 12/3.
Amazon has everything for everyone on your list. Like your teenage son, who won't give up the peach fuzz currently posing as a mustache on his upper lip. Get him an electric razor. Amazon has early holiday deals on gifts everyone wants, like the latest kitchen gadgets and toys, and some they don't even know they need, like that razor. Grab him a mirror too, so I can see how pretty he is today.
You could keep daydreaming about McDonald's, or you could order McDelivery and be eating McDonald's. Some things are not easy.
At participating McDonald's, delivery prices may be higher than in restaurants.
The Detroit Lions face the Dallas Cowboys at Ford Field on Thursday Night Football. Lions game day starts at 5 with Costa and Rico live from Buffalo Wild Wings in downtown Detroit on 97.1 The Ticket.
Probably the Pack. But it's a very, I wouldn't bet any of this. There are 2 games.
So the question asked was,
who would I pick to win the division? The Packers acknowledge have the toughest schedule of the 3 remaining. And there's 2 huge games for the Lions that other teams will play. If I assume that Chicago and Green Bay split their games on their home fields, which is not a safe assumption, and that the Packers lose at Denver and that Chicago beats Cleveland at home. The games that could be tricky is the Packers and Baltimore and Chicago at San Francisco. If those games go our way, they lose both the Packers and Chicago, the division's well in play. Lions have to take care of business. And I assume the Lions, and this isn't a safe assumption either, but you kind of go on based on the difficulty of the games. Losing at LA is probably the most likely game they'll lose the rest of the way. I swear LA is not a tough place to play. The team's good. Dallas, Pittsburgh, Minnesota have to be wins for the division to be in play. And then they need some help. But, and then they got to win the finale in Chicago.
Do you think people in Kansas City are having the same discussion that we're having today, had yesterday, about blowing things up, and they don't know what they're doing? Chiefs are 6-6, and they're in third place. They're a couple games behind the Chargers, who are in second place, let alone 4 games behind the Broncos, who are in first place.
And how do they stay in the playoffs? They're probably just thinking, just get us in, we'll be fine.
Well, it's going to be tough. Yeah, real tough. There's plenty of teams that are. I think there are plenty that are ahead of them.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's they probably are.
Yeah. they instead need to get called up. Grand Rapids. Their record. Have you watched him at Grand Rapids? You just looking at I've seen play. It tells if it's reflective of the guy that looks at it already. Well, the other two goaltenders that are there, and Jam, maybe there's maybe some of the new ones are out there. You know, the other two are good. Services they have, zero garbage trail, no extra charge. Right, I'll tip him in. No, I don't know if you've heard, but it's premium wireless is $15 a month. But I'd like to offer one other perk.
On us with eligible iPhone training. Not required.
Getting some boosters to your road trip. Enjoy your day.
$10 cash, and then I have $10 back to me, and then I'll pay the rest on. Yeah.
So things have changed. Obviously, it was a playoff team last year, and they played the Knicks as tough as you could play them. It wasn't something that was by the referees on the play.
But they've picked up where they left off and done better. The 17-4 start is eye-popping. This isn't like after 10 games. Now it's after 21 games. And, I'll give it a little bit more time to breathe, but I like this team a lot. If nothing else, I think this is a fun brand of basketball to watch. They play above the rim. They run. There's an old school element of it that we're not going to be, cheap to the rest of the league and just gun everything from 3-point land. We're going to feed the ball inside. And they're starting to take care of the basketball better. Last night, not so much, but overall this year, they've done a better job of it. They're fun to watch with young players growing together and a guy who's a budding superstar in Cade Cunningham. So I think teams they better not look past the Pistons. And I don't think they're looking past them as much as maybe you think they are. But I do agree that it's a different kind of. You're established like this. Until you see them, maybe it's not the same.
We got youth on our side. We got hunger on our side. And I think in those matchups probably means we've got more want to in a regular season matchup. I'll get excited. Don't get me wrong. I'll get super excited if they beat Oklahoma City or every time they beat contending teams. I think it's like a further stamp of credibility. But ultimately, it's about the playoffs.
They have one of the more calculated, calm, cool, collected general managers that you'll see, or director of player personnel, whatever Region Langdon's title is.
People will like him right up to the moment he doesn't make a massive move at the trade deadline.
Well, we'll see what he ends up doing, but I mean, he is so. He looks as laser focused as anybody that's been around in town, and we've had some beauties here, but he's one of those guys, and it'll be fun watching all the teams as they approach trade deadlines. The Lions was no fun; they didn't get anything done. The Pistons and Red Wings feel like they are poised to do something. The Pistons in particular, because they are so good right now, and maybe they don't have to do as much, or they can make that one concentrated. Really, they could put him over the top.
And he may. I'm fearful if he doesn't. Here we go again with what has become a common complaint about GMs in Detroit. So one of the more intriguing developments in the early going was when everybody got hurt who was stepping up, and Dennis Jenkins was an example of a player that really stepped up. And Dennis Jenkins last night got into the starting lineup again after being able to put him as a roll off the bench. He went 3 for 16 from the floor, 0 for 8 from 3. He did have 8 rebounds and 6 assists, which I'm not going to sneeze at. There were quite a few what I called suicide drives. Where you're like, I'm going to the hole, and you get into the paint, and you have no shot. And you end up passing it to nobody because you just got to get rid of the ball because you picked up your dribble, and now I'm in the air and I've got no shot. And oh God, I hope somebody's over there. But it's kind of a tap the brakes moment on whether what role he may play. I still like him a lot. It felt like in crunch time the ball was in his hands a ton. And there's probably not going to be too many nights where we say Dennis Jenkins should take the most shots on the team. But can he be like one of the junkyard dogs back in the day, coming off the bench and provide a spark? Sure. And this might also be just a one-off. Hey, he got a bulk minutes again last night. I got to go see the last time he played as many as 27 minutes. He hasn't done that in 5 games. So, his typical role is going to be coming off the bench. But Ron Holland provided some energy at a big and one in that game. Beef stew with a block that led to a breakout run basket by Cade. And Cade, for people who haven't seen the highlight of Cade's bucket late in the game, there was just a couple seconds difference between the shot clock and the game clock. Atlanta was actually trying to foul him. It was Quinn Snyder was saying, hey, foul. He dribbled through the whole team and made a reverse layup. It was a highlight worth seeing.
And in the paint, where you're expecting him just get hammered.
Yep.
And was able to just maintain the dribble and focus and lay it in.
And what was funny, too, in the moment, look, we're talking about one of the best crunch time scorers in the NBA. He still leads the league in fourth quarter scoring. He's taking it to the hole for a high degree of difficulty shot. And I'm thinking, don't take that shot. And then he made it, right? And shut up, Mr. Commentator.
Yeah, and he had a little bad streak there where he had a chance to tie the game at the end of regulation with 3 free throws.
Yeah,
unfortunately missed a free throw and then missed one the other day, on Friday night. on purpose after he missed the first one. Maybe they had a chance, and they had that chance, but nonetheless, he is incredible. The 42 points he had the other day was great. He's leading this team each and every night. Fourth quarter, this guy is taking things over. JV Bickerstaff has talked about him, how important he has been, how he's learned to win, how he's learning to close things out, and we're starting to see that, and that's 17-4.
Should that game have even been close? Probably not. It was back-to-back road games for Atlanta. The night before, they go double overtime in Philadelphia. There's a reason why Detroit was a heavy favorite. But like I said last segment, I'm surprised at how much I don't hate the Hawks when Trae Young doesn't play for them. And that would hold even if they won the game. It's not all about, hey, they're less of a threat without Trae Young. Maybe they're more of a threat without Trae Young. I just like the way their young players played. Hard, physical, they defend well. That group kind of reminds me of the way the Pistons sort of are. If they don't have a ball-dominant guard who tries to get fouled all the time. But alas, still a nice win for a Piston team that is 17-4. Can't say that enough.
That's crazy.
17-4.
Keep doing what you're doing. I'm looking forward to seeing when Jaden Ivey is really hitting his stride.
He hasn't.
Not even close. He's only played 14, 15 minutes a game. So, once he starts playing more and a bigger part of the offense, and I don't know if he'll ever start, but it's going to be fun watching him get to that point.
All right, still coming up, we will hear from the offensive coordinator of the Lions, John Morton, what he had to say to the media in the noon hour. Additionally, this was some bet somebody made in Vegas. We will get to that today at 12:02 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1.
Verbo last-minute deals make chasing fresh mountain powder incredibly easy. With thousands of homes close to the slopes, you can easily get Epic POW, Fresh Eats, First Tracks, and more. No need for months of planning. In fact, you can't even plan POW. POW is on its own schedule. Thankfully, somewhere in the world, it's always snowing. All you have to do is use the last-minute filter on the app to book a last-minute deal on a slope-side private rental home. Book now at Verbo.com.
You could keep daydreaming about McDonald's, or you could order McDelivery and be eating McDonald's. Some things are that easy.
At participating McDonald's, delivery prices may be higher than in restaurants.
Black Friday is back at Lowe's with huge LG savings. Right now, get up to 50% off select major appliances, plus an additional 25% off when you bundle select major appliances $396 or more. Discover LG's latest smart laundry innovations. Shop LG, America's most reliable line of home appliances, today at Lowe's. Based on independent reliability surveys 2021 through 24 and select major appliances. Selections vary by location. While supplies last, exclusions apply. Offer ends 12/3.
A December day is the perfect time to hit up your group chat, grab an ice cold Mountain Dew with a refreshing citrus kick, and make the most of every moment that's left in the season. Because when the outdoors calls, it's good to have exhilarating ice cold refreshment to answer.
What up, though?
Sunshine, give me give me something to go into.
You could do.
What up, though, Energy? What's good with you?
Here, less paper, more profit. Chopper.com.
Mint is still $15 a month for premium wireless. And if you haven't made the switch yet, here are 15 reasons why you should. 1, it's $15 a month. 2, seriously, it's $15 a month. 3, no big contract. 4, I use it. 5, my mom uses it. Are you playing me off? That's what's happening, right? Okay. Give it a try. mintmobile.com/save.
Upfront payment of $45 for 3-month plan. $15 per month equivalent required. New customer offer first 3 months only. Then full price plan options available. Taxes and fees extra. See mintmobile.com.
LES.
Amazon has everything for everyone on your list. Like your teenage son, who won't give up the peach fuzz currently posing as a mustache on his upper lip. Get him an electric razor. Amazon has early holiday deals on gifts everyone wants, like the latest kitchen gadgets, toys, and some they don't even know they need, like that razor. Grab him a mirror, too, so he can see how pretty he is without that dirt on his lip.
WXYT FM and WXYT HD1 Detroit. Always live on the Free Odyssey app. Sports headlines. Live from the Jamie Samuelson studio. This is 97.1 The Ticket.
Brought to you by Twin Peaks. The Red Wings are getting set to take on the Boston Bruins tonight from Little Caesars Arena. They're trying to snap a 4-game losing streak. It'll be John Gibson starting in net tonight for the Wings, who will be without Mason Appleton. The Bruins won the matchup between these two teams on Saturday, 3-2 in a shootout. Tonight gets started at 7 o'clock. Jeff Rieger has the pregame at 6:45 right here on 97.1. Michigan State and Iowa will open the Big Ten season in East Lansing tonight. That game at 7 p.m. as the 7th-ranked Spartans will wear some throwback uniforms. MSU Athletics also announced for Sparta this morning a fundraising initiative with a goal of $1 billion towards athletic facility and stadium upgrades. John Morosi of MLB Network said today the Blue Jays, Marlins, and Tigers are all involved in the market for right-handed pitcher Pete Fairbanks. He said Fairbanks could sign before the winter meetings on Monday. Here's Morosi on MLB Network this morning bringing up Fairbanks in response to the Mets signing Devin Williams yesterday.
What does this mean for Peter Fairbanks, who is now perhaps the next relief pitcher to sign with teams like the Marlins and the Tigers, both interested in Peter Fairbanks?
Again, Fairbanks could sign before the winter meetings on Monday. He could be the first major free agent addition for the Tigers in this offseason. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabat. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or visit Odyssey.com.
Doug Kosh and Scott the Gator Anderson on 97.1.
Hello, Doug Kosh, Scott Anderson, 97.1.
Hi, Doug.
You doing good?
All right. Yeah.
You get ramped up for the holidays? Excited?
I was kind of starting to get a little excited about that, and then, of course, I realize how cool it's going to be this week and how I missed the opportunity that was decent to go ahead.
done that. Defense is playing outstanding. They rush the passer. Boy, did they rush the passer. Quarterback is something.
Quarterback who's solid. I think it's maybe mostly the coach, but yeah, it's a good football team, and there certainly isn't a favorite that runs away with it in my eyes.
I know they just kind of suffered an embarrassing loss.
Yeah, you said you was gonna take Tuesday off because of the snow.
I thought the Red Rams probably my top three would be the second. So, one of the things we talked about this earlier in the show, they probably easy to get the number we can receive. But you know, I get that I don't know. I just know that almost every team in the NFL, their strength is schedule. That's what you're reading. 55%, 55%. New England's strength of schedule is 36%. I got to think for anyone. You have a good team that schedule. Their schedule. They play. They have 5 weeks stuff every week, and then they play finish up with against Buffalo, at Baltimore, at the Jets, and then against Miami. Great at Buffalo, and Miami's playing better football now. If they start coming up their first, that's been heavily. Jets are playing better. They're the same schedule they played all season long. And they did play. Let's take 10 texts right now. 248-539-9797. If you give it $50,000 to bet on the you got cash out. Get text right now. 248-539-9797. Sign your text and get the free 399 get the $50,000 somebody at BetMGM. $50,000 on a team to win the Super Bowl. You got 399 So the whole strength of schedule, the easiest schedule.
While we connect you. Hello?
Yeah, this is Instacart. I have your order. I'm looking for your unit. It says number 9, but the address and the building that it brought me to has no numbers. It only has letters.
Oh, I can come out front. Might be at the wrong building.
So I came to where I came to where the GPS brought me. It brought me.
Is that you in the white?
Yeah.
Alright.
So Donna.
Hey, can you wrap these, please?
Wow, iPhone 17s. You splurged.
At T-Mobile, you can get 4 iPhone 17s on them. The new center stage front camera is amazing for group selfies. It's the perfect gift for everyone.
Oh, worst. I only got my mom a robe.
Well, it's better than socks. Where are you going?
To T-Mobile. Excellent. The holidays are better at T-Mobile. Get 4 iPhone 17s on us. No trade-in needed when you switch. Plus 4 lines for just $25 a line.
You could keep daydreaming about McDonald's. Or you could order McDelivery and be eating McDonald's. Some things are that easy.
At participating McDonald's, delivery prices might be higher than at restaurants. Hey, Ryan Reynolds here from Mint Mobile. Now, I don't know if you've heard, but Mint's premium wireless is $15 a month. But I'd like to offer one other perk. We have no stores. That means no small talk. Crazy weather we're having. No, it's not. It's just weather. It is an introvert's dream. Give it a try at mintmobile.com/save.
Upfront payment of $45 for 3-month plan. $15 per month equivalent required. New customer offer first 3 months only. Then full price plan options available. Taxes and fees extra. See mintmobile.com.
You better reach your ticket. 90s hasn't won the ticket, but like to remind you that when you text the ticket, standard text messaging rates apply.
filling in for Kang. 248-539-9797. Mike is in Ferndale and on 97 on a ticket. Hi, Mike. Mike, are you there? What? Sure sounds like it. Okay, hold on.
Mike's got to get back in the car.
Yeah, that's an important part of it. And take us off speaker if you don't mind, Mike.
Mike might have been pumping gas or something.
I'll read some of these texts that have come in, and if you don't know what we're talking about, a gambler in Vegas wagered $50,000 on a team to win the Super Bowl. Now, it wasn't recently. It was in recent weeks, but it's getting some notoriety here. And here's what's coming in. Tyler and Shelby says the Patriots. Alan McComb says the Rams will win the Super Bowl. Our topic is, if you had $50,000, but the only way you could cash it in is to bet on one team to win the Super Bowl, who would you bet on? And if they win, you get the money. If you lose, you just lose the opportunity. So who would you bet on? Al said the Rams. Tony in Detroit said I'll bet on the Rams. Chris in Brownstown said Green Bay. Frank in Rochester says Seattle. Randy in Tulsa says Denver. They're hot right now. Jake in Auburn Hills says Bears and Ben. Mike says 50,000 on the Cowboys. Ryan in Clawson says Buffalo. Stephen Westside says Dallas. Solid run game. Two good wide receivers, and Dax is playing really good, along with a really good defensive line. David Flint said, I would take the Eagles. You got to dethrone the champ. They're dysfunctional so far this year, but that experience still counts for something. Jacob South Lion says Green Bay, best quarterback, best pass rusher in the NFC. All right, let's see if Mike's there. Mike, you there?
Yeah, man.
All right, go ahead.
Sorry about that. Yeah, I think I got the Rams.
You got the Rams? Why is
They're
that?
gonna go all the way. They had a horrible game last week. I feel like maybe they went out and experienced Charlotte nightlife, but Stanford, those guys will get the number one seed. They got a great defense, great offense. The Lions are going to get smoked by the Cowboys this week.
Why do you think that?
They have eyes.
But your eyes don't scare you away from the Rams.
Nope.
Fair enough. Well, I should have asked him how many points do I get with the Lions. Should have smoked. Do you think I could have got 14 and a half from him?
You might be able to get 10.
I would have asked for more.
Of course you would.
Yeah, but I blew it. Well, when somebody makes a statement like that, I want to know if they mean it, and usually they don't. All right. Brandon in Shelby Township, who would you put the 50,000 on?
Hey guys, I would put it on Philadelphia because since they've been to the Super Bowl a couple times in the last few years, they have the composure. Because it's not about like every playoff game, they're like, hey, you need to do this, you need to do this. But once you get to the Super Bowl, you have media day, you have like a whole week worth of media day. And so the coaches need to keep their players' composure. Like, hey, we're in the Super Bowl, we need to do good.
I think the Eagles, well, I think everybody would say we're in the Super Bowl, we need to do good. I think the Eagles' experience is a big deal. I do think that matters.
Well, it matters right now because they're going through it. There's some perceived infighting going on. The offense is not a well-oiled machine. This is not the same team we saw last year. The defense, which is lauded and praised, has just gave up 280 yards on the ground to the Bears. There's a lot of challenges and obstacles for the Eagles right now, and they're all within the room.
I learned something last year. You don't need to be functioning at your highest level of efficiency in December. You need to be doing it in January.
These are facts.
Might I remind people that one of the hottest names in the game right now called a reverse pass with Jamison Williams that was intercepted and pretty much killed any chance of the Lions beating Washington, and that person was Ben Johnson. What? The correct answer of who put $50,000. What team did this person put $50,000 on? A few weeks ago, somebody put $50,000 on the Chicago Bears at 66-1. That would win $3.3 million, the largest reported Super Bowl futures bet by total liability in any legal sports book in the United States. So, the Bears, who currently have the seventh best Super Bowl odds amongst teams in their conference, according to the story.
Well, this weekend's a big test. Yep, they're at Green Bay. So it's validate what you just did against Philadelphia.
Yeah, that was a big test too. And
Yeah, they did with flying colors. Do it again against the Packers, and you're going to get all types of fun. And you would deserve it. Without question, you would absolutely deserve it. Packers are a very good football team. I'm not sure if the Bears at the Packers level, but they played it beyond it this past week against Philadelphia. So, they beat Green Bay. All props are due.
248-539-9797. Jeff on a cell. You're next. Hi, Jeff.
Boys, I got to ask you a question because I've been hearing this for the last, 2 weeks, 3 weeks about the problems with the Lions offense, the offensive line, and all that. But you know what? What are you guys looking at? Offense has not been the problem. We're scoring points. Look at how many games we've scored. 24, 30, 55. I mean, we scored points. We lost one game on the offense against Philadelphia. All the other games, we got the defense. Every game, pretty much, that we lost was because of the defense did not show up. The offense cost us one game. That was against the Philadelphia Eagles. So what's the problem with our offense? Nothing. What you guys looking at?
I'm sure you're not yelling at us. You're yelling at the callers, or are you yelling at us?
Yeah, I'm not at you guys a little bit because you keep talking about, I don't have our guard in the offensive line. It's not finished. The offense is still put up points.
They are. I mean, Jeff, we pointed it out repeatedly. I don't expect you to hear every minute of every show, but they're still top 5 in scoring and total offense. We made that point repeatedly. And Jeff, you know what it is? You know what? Hold on. Do you want me to explain to you what it is, or do you want to keep yelling at it, Cowboy?
Okay. All right. I was just going to answer.
Okay. Well, no, because you know what it is? It's not living up to the expectation. It's which team did you have which side of the ball did you have a higher expectation for? Offense. That's why. That's exactly it. And you're right. You're right about the defense being a bigger issue, and it has been the last couple of years. The offense isn't. That's the only reason why.
And that's why we're going to lose against the Cowboys. Because we'll pull up 21 points, and we'll lose probably by 10.
Well, 21's not good enough.
I get the Lions plus 9.5.
Once we get the Cowboys, we're going to need to stop the Cowboys, and we're not going to. We don't have the defense to stop them. So we're going to get 21 points, probably lose 28 to 21, 30 to 21, something like that. We're going to lose because of that. It's going to be the defense that's going to cost 48. I'm not worried about.
Can I get the Lions plus 14.5, Jeff?
Sure, I'll give you 14.5.
All right, sweet. Drop off my favorite six-pack next week.
Today, adults with longer UC symptoms are bleeding. Those big treats players with some supervision provide the chance for lasting steroid remission in 1 year. Don't take Ozempic. Chest pain, stroke, and scratch. 6 months. May cause serious side effects like fatal infections. Shortness of breath. Tell your doctor if you're pregnant or plan to be. Use birth control during and for 7 days after treatment. The rate's letting up. Ask your doctor about long-standing Ozempic. With savings over $390 in shopping statement.
We have all the vacation rental options covered. Go to Vrbo now and book a last-minute week-long stay. Save over $290 this holiday season.
It's gotta be clean. It's gotta be Tide Pods. Water content based on a leading vitamin detergent.
It's still $15 a month for premium wireless. And if you haven't made the switch yet, here are 15 reasons why you should. 1, it's $15 a month. 2, seriously, it's $15 a month. 3,
Selections vary by location. All supplies last. Exclusions apply. Offer in scope 3. Redirect the bucket with a backhand score. Detroit Red Wings host the Boston Bruins. Game time at 6:45 on the 97.1 untenured. Someone that's all they care about. One other caveat. I want to have legitimate facing 5, 6, and 7 would be different. So I'd like them to add significant pieces to the bullpen for sure. So Bob Nightingale on USA Today list of top 10 MLB trade candidates on the moon.
Never heard of that.
Should they do that? Number 2, Marte, the second baseman with Diamondbacks. He is apparently being shopped around. And Marte is a trade chip on the Red Sox, Detroit Tigers, and Tampa Bay Rays. Plenty of pitching are all on the radar. And the D-backs want pitching in return. I'm not sure this makes sense anymore. We're here for the season. I want McGonigal to have every shot to make the team. Max Anderson every shot to make the team. Those guys can play maybe shortstop or third base. There'll be some sort of combination around the board. You still have, other players on this roster right now, like Colton Keith. Where is he playing? Where does he fit in? So adding another one to the mix and an expensive one at that doesn't make as much sense now as it did a month ago. Right. The only way this makes sense. Well, that's Scott Harris blocking. Who's he blocking in third? Well, he's blocking, like I said, against the other. Possibly. But he's not blocking McGonigal. He's not blocking where McGonigal is getting. McGonigal, he still has to play the single inning of AAA, but he also is a question defensively whether he can really truly have a position. Like he's not blocking one of their top guys. He's blocking Keith or his Cole Keith's future in second. Basically, what Torres has done. Well, the way that they said publicly with Cole Keith, He just seems to do the little things that you want done. He's a hard out at the plate. That strikeout. He's the guy that's just following up pitch after pitch after pitch after pitch. He delivers the base hit, or it's a sac fly, or it's a productive approach, because that's what he does. He takes the extra base of the necessary steal bases. He's a solid outfielder. He's a very as we saw in the playoffs, he made some spectacular plays. He single-handedly captivated one in that series with the Tigers. But overall, I don't plan on knocking that out. I'm going to trade him. Yeah, I don't either. I'm not trade him even thought. Maybe make the list. Last year, it was a tremendous trade. I was I was very dismissive because of my national management. I'm not sure how Cleveland are going to ask for Still $50 a month for premium. If you haven't made the switch yet, here are 50 reasons why you should. Why use the code? Are you putting me on? That's what happened, right? Okay, give it a try.
Get the bag of data.
We try to be prepared for anything around here.
No, that didn't get out.
Yeah. Protecting our home and auto. That is simple. Their coverage is
I didn't find that one. Yeah. It looks like a reflection all in one.
That's why Spectrum is giving it just that. No internet bills, no taxes, no late fees, just biggest holy free 170 like now. But hurry, that deal is forever.
Attention service desk.
Text the ticket now. Ticket text 248-9797.
Carry on Arnold Park is not currently practicing. It has been. It's the flags that were heavy at the beginning of last year started to creep in this year. And then there have been some games where he wasn't getting flagged and actually was pretty decent in coverage. He did something, I think it was the Green Bay game, where it really took out a lead blocker, got more physical, but unfortunately got hurt. And so now, that's one that we held here for a while. Whether or not it's ever going to pay dividends, it may not. We're going down the road. It being a bad draft pick. Kirby Joseph, he could be back this week. Yesterday we had calls where people were implying that there's stuff out there that it might be career ending. Whether he's back this week or not, he goes ahead and go. The fact that he returned to practice yesterday means it's not career ending.
Yeah, I don't think it's career ending. I think it's something that that players have to deal with all the time, and that is they've got this chronic injury that's going to be there, and how much pain can you endure, and how long you're willing to do that. That's what it is. That's what many players in the past have done, whether it's a turf toe injury or a cartilage injury, like that's reportedly what his issue is. It sucks. It sucks because this guy's so young in his career. He is a difference maker back there. He's a ball hawk, a big part of that team, of this team's defense. I'm glad that they can get him back soon, but I don't know at what level now you expect him to be.
Yeah, it could be something that might not be career ending, but it might be the big player. It sounds like it needs probably rest and treatment, but given where they are, this feels like a playoff game coming up tomorrow night or Thursday night against Dallas. Dan Campbell at this hour, according to Brad Colley, has a soundbite regarding Amon-Ra. Dan Campbell, quote, he's better. I don't see him practicing today. He can play, he'll play. So, trending in the right direction, but it's going to be so, we'll see about that. Meanwhile, John Morton still has the offensive coordinator. Campbell's calling plays. John Morton is in the media yesterday. That was a big topic. It felt like it's how do you make up for the loss of weapons. Amon-Ra down in that game.
31-84. It's already processed. So what you want to do is time of the process. You know that? Oh, we have it on enough. That's not working.
Onboarding the transaction.
Give up already. Just get out.
Oh, okay. I need a green card. I have to go under Uber. It's voided. I think the order. Yeah, but it didn't come through, but I'm on the phone. So I still think the order. Okay, well, I'm going to try again. So I'll go ahead and check it. All right. Very nice today. You're good. What you got something there? I'm back up. Yes, my QR code by the fine, so it's not going to allow me. I have my physical storage. The order was $80. Okay. got your number in. There we go. Yeah. And the total there was 182. And 31 bucks off that. Thank you. No, what would you like on the order? Everything but the cheese. No, I can't use it. All right. I haven't used it. Right, I'm using it. I just all righty. And there we go. There you go. Thank you. So,
Live from the Jamie Samuelson Studio, Carnes and Anderson on 97.1.
I want to get some of the college football coaching news, which is I'm just in awe that the sport lets its off season take place during the season and like undermines its own.
And not in a good way.
No, this is absurd. But anyway, Pat Fitzgerald get introduced today. Sparks play basketball tonight. Do you think he's going to do what all new coaches do, and that's grab the microphone and try and come up with a go viral moment?
I don't know if he's going to try and come up with a go viral moment, but I would expect him to speak at the crowd at the Breslin Center. And, it's a big game against Iowa. They're undefeated, too. So
Remember what Signetti said?
I don't remember what Signetti said.
Signetti grabbed the microphone at an Indiana basketball game and said,
Google me.
Purdue sucks. Michigan sucks. Ohio State sucks. Like, he just...
It's funny.
Yeah. I don't know that that's really Fitzgerald's demeanor.
I don't think that's right. No, I think that I'm very much looking forward to what he has to say in the press conference, and then sure what he has to say tonight at the game if he's afforded that opportunity, which I imagine he would. Because he's a fiery guy. He's it's exciting times for Michigan State football, and as long as everybody's all aligned, if they've got the stuff behind the scenes working the way it needs to be with NIL and funding and all that, and this could be an excellent marriage. But we'll wait and see. I'm encouraged by it. I feel a lot better about it today than I did on Sunday before I started doing some more research on it.
In the meantime, did you hear what Lane Kiffin said happened to him at his introductory LSU press conference? He said that Ole Miss fans tried to run him and his son off the road on their way to the airport.
Wow.
On Sunday.
I really hope that's not true. I really hope that he is embellishing a story as he's been known to do. I hope that's the case, because if it's not, it's criminal. And it's horrific to think that could have happened. And then in hindsight, you're like, well, maybe he should have gotten an escort to get to where he has to go, because people are unhinged.
I mean, imagine if those people were successful and people were injured.
I want to think of that.
Yeah, I mean,
I want to think of that.
If it's true. Now, do I think he could get away with embellishing that kind of story? I actually really don't think they could get away with embellishing that kind of story. So my guess is something along those lines happened. He did get the one-finger salute at the airport, and plenty of it.
Oh, he got worse than that. People were shouting stuff out at him, and to his assistant coach, one of the assistant coaches that went and joined the plane as well. I mean, the fans were, the fact that they're that close to the plane, there's like a fence, and then 100, I don't know if it was 100 yards. I mean, they're close enough where they can absolutely be heard. I'm surprised by it, but I guess that's Oxford, Mississippi compared to Detroit, Michigan.
In the meantime, Penn State was Penn State the first to fire their coach, and yet a bunch of ships are sailing?
Yep.
There's a certain degree. We all talked about this offseason being one that there's going to be a huge scramble for your coach. Penn State, I don't remember if they were exactly the first in the game. I think UCLA was the first in the game. They fired Deshaun Foster.
Wow. Penn State did it like halfway through the season. It's been a minute since they fired.
The musical chairs, are they missing out on, like, if they don't get Kalani Sitake, the coach at BYU, and now the word is that the Mormon church group is stepping up to try and secure him long term?
I think it's interesting. Because they hadn't hired a coach as time was going on and getting up to last week, if you hadn't hired somebody by that point, my thought process was, okay, Penn State has got something lined up with a coach that's going to be in the playoffs.
And I thought it was Brian Hartline or some coordinator and they're doing it the right way and letting that guy end his run.
Exactly. And same thing. Well, they introduced Sitake with BYU and let them have their run. They're just keeping quiet. And then it gets leaked out that, the interest is in Sitake, which I don't think anybody had a few one of these suspects is being questioned by the police chief, and the police chief says, "What do you know about Kaiser Sose?" And then verbal kickle. Bang! Because he thought that could be under wraps. They wouldn't have to talk about that. I feel like that's what's happened here. Like somebody says, "What can you tell us about Satake, the coach of BYU?" Oh, crap! No, now the word's out. Now the word's out.
They wanted to hire him before BYU could counter.
Yes, with
no, that's right. They got Will Stein from. You're right. You're right. My apologies. So Hartline's still out there.
Well, but this is interesting, right? If you're Penn State, you're not getting a coach. You're getting a coordinator.
Well, if you look at the top coaches,
I have nothing against Brian. I think Brian Hartline's interesting and very intriguing because he's been this great recruiter and a really great wide receivers coach. But at the same time, he hasn't had to run anything. But Brian Day runs the offense.
Our guy Dan Wetzel did a look at like many of the top teams in college football and how the coordinator getting their first head coaching job at one of these big programs has actually really worked. Ryan Day at Ohio State, Dan Lanning at Oregon, Marcus Freeman at Notre Dame. There's more examples. I'm just trying to rattle them off the top of my head. But he had a long list of how the coordinator getting bumped up is not a bad thing. You just got to find the right guy.
Yeah, sometimes it works.
It might be the formula that has had more success, but better than a retread. Like, I'll tell you a guy who there was public saying midway through the season, there was a guy out there, big name, that said, "I want back in." I haven't heard his name associated with anybody. It's Jimbo Fisher.
Yeah. Yeah.
And Jimbo Fisher had, okay, why wouldn't people want Jimbo Fisher? Who is, I can't remember who it was. Might have been Ross Dellinger, who sat down with him, and Jimbo Fisher made it clear, yeah, I got these big paychecks I'm cashing in from Texas A&M, but I want to get back in. I miss it. I want to get back in.
Because he failed at A&M.
Yeah, but he also got professionally on the field, he failed. His bank account, he got the biggest tryout in the history of the game.
Yeah, but the thing is, at Texas A&M, they gave him a monster contract. They were paying players big time, and it resulted in nothing for him. They move on, bring in Elko, and now all of a sudden, here comes Texas A&M, which I think tells people, at least in short term, wait a minute, is he all he's cracked up to be? It's been a while since he won the championship at Florida State. It's been a long while, and that was before there was a playoff.
Is Penn State going to be scrambling for Jimbo Fisher's phone number?
I suspect that they may just fall on Brian Hartline. That could make a lot of sense for them. But again, I'm not sure if Brian Hartline may be a great candidate, but what do you base it on? Other than, okay, recruiter. Well, you're recruiting at Ohio State. They had great receivers before you got there, and they'll have great receivers after you've left. But, okay. I think he's wildly intriguing because he's young. At the time, he had Hartline and Marcus Freeman were the coordinators. Who was going to get the job first? And Marcus Freeman goes to Notre Dame. Okay. Maybe Hartline's just the one that makes all the sense in the world, but I find this really interesting what's happened at Penn State. Like, they thought for sure they could get this guy, Satake, and then, BYU and the Mormon Church are like, well, hold on. We got plenty of money. We got plenty of big-time donors up here in Provo. And this state loves what they've done, and we'd like to hang on to our coach. And, BYU made the jump to a real conference now. So they've got that road to get to a national championship. Why would they want to get rid of their coach, or let their coach go, I should say, to somebody's going to pay more money?
Well, they don't, and they're sitting there at 11-1. And if he takes that job, are we going to have two teams in this sport? They're going to have two teams maybe in the college football playoff without their head coach. Can we all get together collectively agree no hirings until after the season is done, which might include getting rid of the early signing day and moving it back so that coaches aren't even tempted?
Well, there's the rumors that Kalen DeBoer might be that's who Penn State's interested in. It's crazy. This is a crazy time of the year. And they have crazy rules, and the NCAA needs to fix it.
Well, I don't know that the NCAA is going to be around much longer. I think the SEC and the Big Ten need to lead the charge to say, we're not going to tamper. Because it can happen to anybody. Anybody can lose their coach. You can lose players to the portal before the season's done. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1. This holiday season, use your UMCU card to make a difference. It's the 10th annual Shop Local, Give Local campaign benefiting the Children's Literacy Network. Now through January 31st, UMCU will match 1% of your purchases at local participating businesses as a donation. Plus, every time you shop local with your UMCU card, you're automatically entered to win $1,000. And don't forget, your UMCU Visa Cash Rewards card gives you over 1% cash back on every purchase. So you earn while you give. Shop, earn, and give back this year. Visit umcu.org for participating businesses and complete details. UMCU is insured by NCUA.
Verbo helps you swap gift wrap time for quality time. Go to Verbo now and book a last-minute week-long stay and save over $390 this holiday season. Book your next vacation rental home on Verbo. Average savings $396. Select homes only.
Zoe, the mall's about to close. It's impossible to do anything in 15 minutes.
Oh, it's possible, Harvey. I mean, you can switch to T-Mobile in just 15 minutes. So, you think you can find your auntie a butter?
Come on, you spent an hour buying jelly beans.
I know, I do love jelly beans. Trust me, now you can switch to T-Mobile in just 15 minutes. Plus, you'll get America's Best Network.
No.
No.
Maybe I should switch to T-Mobile right now. This holiday, switch to T-Mobile in just 15 minutes on your phone. Check out 15-minute terms online. T-Mobile's investable network is based on how suspects will be disabilities and rights to 2025.
You could keep daydreaming about McDonald's, or you could order McDelivery and be eating McDonald's. Something that is
At participating McDonald's, delivery prices may be higher than at restaurants.
Lowe's knows the toughest jobs need the toughest tools. This Black Friday, get more DeWalt for less with deals on the 20-volt Max and XR lineups built for power and pros. Right now, get 2 free select DeWalt tools when you buy a DeWalt 20-volt 5-amp-hour starter kit. Don't miss DeWalt Black Friday deals at Lowe's. Maximum initial battery voltage measured without a workload is 20 volts. Nominal voltage is 18.
Mint is still $15 a month for premium wireless. And if you haven't made the switch yet, here are 15 reasons why you should. 1, it's $15 a month. 2, seriously, it's $15 a month. 3, no big contract. 4, I use it. 5, my mom uses it. Are you playing me off? That's what's happening, right? Okay, give it a try. mintmobile.com/save.
Upfront fee for $45 for 3-month plan. $15 per month equivalent required. New customer offer for first 3 months only. Then full price plan options available. Taxes and fees extra. See mintmobile.com.
Every home service job needs another piece of paper. Quotes, invoices, checks. It piles up fast. With Jobber, everything is in one place. And businesses grow by an average of 44% in their first year. Less paper, more profit. Jobber.com.
Movie? Check. Beverages? Check. A corgi who's much too interested in my popcorn? Check.
We try to be prepared for anything around here, but it's not always easy. Protecting our home and auto with Progressive? That's simple. Their coverage is reliable, and that's exactly how we like it.
Maxi.
Bundle your home and auto with Progressive for peace of mind and reliable protection, all in one place.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states. Coverage subject to policy terms. Prices vary based on how you buy.
love. It isn't just one color. It comes in countless shades, different hues. Desert diamonds celebrate all the people we love and all the shades that make them who they are. In an entire spectrum of unexpected tones, from warm whites to pale champagnes to deep ambers, natural colors that reflect and will always be loved for exactly who they are. Discover Desert Diamonds. A diamond is forever.
Come to DSW for the shoes, stay for the fun. Let's be honest, if shoe shopping isn't fun, we've been doing it right. So go ahead, try something new. Try something different. Good different. Try something that feels like, really. We definitely brag about it later. At DSW, you got to play. Find the shoes that get you. Prices that get your budget. At DSW stores or at DSW.com. Let us surprise you. Fine.
Detroit Pistons play the Milwaukee Bucks. Pre-game tomorrow night at 7:35 on 97.1 The Ticket.
me at the beginning of the year that something might be changing. We have somewhere I've got saved a list of things only get worse. And in sports that just aren't ideal. And on that list, I'm pretty sure it was NFL Red Zone. I saw a story today how the commercial content has just gone up and up and up. I'm not a Red Zone watcher. You are? Have you noticed it?
I've noticed there's commercials, but they're totally management because the way that they come around in like 15 seconds at a time, maybe 30 seconds at best, and because the whole premise of Red Zone is they're just showing you the best parts of the game as it's going on. Like, okay, it's like hitting pause on the game, throwing one commercial in, and when they do it, it's a split screen anyway. So you're still getting you're still getting everything. It's like they'll just let the play, like, hey, we're watching the Giants and Eagles, okay? And then you see that Saquon Barkley goes for a 10-yard gain and he's tackled. As soon as he's tackled, here comes the commercial, split screen. And on the other screen, you're just watching Barkley walk back to the huddle up with his teammates, figure out what they're going to do. And then they break the huddle, come back to the line of scrimmage. The commercial's over. You haven't missed anything. So it's almost like they don't exist. It's actually been pretty good.
So the issue is, at the beginning of the year, the NFL said it's going to be 4 short commercials. So in 7 hours of coverage, it was going to be 4 15-second commercials. And when you put it in those terms, it's like, okay, this isn't, whether it's 7, 6.5, whatever it is, you're 4 15-second commercials in 6.5 to 7 hours. I think we can all deal with that.
Yeah, 1 minute worth of ads, yes.
But as the weeks have gone by, the commercial inventory has gone up and
what up,
up,
program?
up. And I think Red Zone fans are going, wait a sec. We were told 4 15-second commercials and 7 hours of Red Zone. Now they've had 16 ads, according to Pro Football Talk, where they are doing the split screen thing. But look, I'm not a Red Zone watcher, so you have no issue. You're not really that bothered by it.
No, I'm not at all. I watch it every Sunday. I spend a lot of my time on Sunday watching Red Zone, and I wasn't bothered in the least. And I get annoyed by commercials like everybody else does. Yeah, I think I'd start to get annoyed if they're stacking them on top of each other. If you actually have a commercial break, that's not what the whole idea of Red Zone was going to be. But if you're going to have a 15-second spot every 30 minutes on a split screen, what do I have to complain about?
Well, nothing yet, I guess. Pro Football Talk did this story and say fans are not happy, but I think they're probably more worried about what is going to happen next, more so than what's happened already. In the meantime, I was thinking about something here. I love that the Lions are a big draw, and I love when we went from never getting any primetime slots to now. I don't know that I've ever seen a Lions team in more need of the long week after Thanksgiving than this one, and they're not getting it. The list of players that didn't practice today.
Yeah.
Do you have it in front of you by chance?
I just moved past it, but it was lengthy. Let's see, St. Brown, Khalif Raymond, Shane Zylstra, Kirby Joseph, Decker, Sewell. Those were all the players.
So Kirby Joseph, who was back in practice, now is out of practice?
Yeah. I don't know if that's just maintenance or what. Zylstra was back, and now he's not. They just opened up his window to return. It's not like he's ready to play on Thursday. And it's probably maintenance with Decker and Sewell. I can't imagine it's like a setback. Those guys were limited participants yesterday. So not practice today is probably just maintenance with that. That's fine. But it is concerning with Joseph and hearing the news that it's a chronic injury he's going to have to deal with likely the rest of his career. That's not good.
The last Cowboys practice update I saw, do you know how many players did not practice?
No.
2. And look, the Detroit and Dallas both coming off last Thursday, right? So, that's they both are in the same boat. It just feels like if the Lions ever needed a scheduling break, this week might have been it. Like Amon-Ra getting better, cool. Yeah, that's awesome. But there's still no indication he's going to play. Would he play if this game was Sunday? I feel like they are backed into the corner. Everything's going against them. Much of it created by themselves. Don't get me wrong. Like we've talked about it, acknowledged the miscalculations, but they need some sort of break. And I guess they're going to get more time after this game. But if they lose this game, it might be too late. Like then they're going to be in a run the table situation and run the table situation, and also in need of help. Now the good news is under this format, which I think has been around for 5 years, all 11 win teams have made the playoffs, and all but 1 10 win. If they stay for the playoffs, they're not the draw everybody wanted them to be. We thought they would be, which got them this stage to begin with. So it's a bad time for it, unfortunately. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Jim and Celine. You're on 97.1. Hi, Jim. Jim, are you there?
Jimmy.
Jim?
Jim Dre.
No good. 248-539-9797. In the meantime, do you think Dan Campbell gears down his fourth down stuff?
Again, I'll say it every week. It's going to sound like a broken record. It's situational and circumstantial. What's the situation? What are the circumstances? I don't know. I'd like him to. I said before when we discussed this a few weeks ago, the first time, that I wish that he had in that particular game that recognized this was that it was going to be a field position game, and you go ahead and act accordingly and punt the ball as opposed to going for it. But that didn't happen when it reared its head on Thursday on Thanksgiving. I wish he would.
Let's go to Dan. You're next on 97.1. Hi, Dan.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
What's up?
What about new strength and conditioning staff for the Lions? We seem to be injured more last year and this year than most teams in the NFL.
So anytime, I've noticed this in football, and it doesn't matter where you are, when your team gets a bunch of injuries, people start questioning the strength and conditioning coaches. I think you'd have to be in that building to know whether or not those people aren't getting it done. And, I guess you find out at the end of the season if the people get fired. Typically, though, Dan, it's just circumstances. It's not anything.
I know there's injuries
it's doing wrong, yeah.
It just seems like we have a ton of them.
It does, and it's back-to-back years. When you see a strength coach get fired, most players have their own trainers now. Like at the NFL level, I don't know how much the strength and conditioning coaches get used as opposed to college. Because they all get specialists. They all get I shouldn't say all, many of them get their own guys. Is it their team of doctors? I don't know. These people are way more qualified. And again, the only people will know if there's any, I guess for lack of a better term, medical malpractice going on with their team is the people on the inside. So I can't get it. Do you think it's anything, or do you think it's just bad luck?
My go-to is probably it's bad luck, and it's bad luck for every team, but I don't know. I can't answer that.
Even those people, I don't know anything about it. I think they would, the organization will know if that's going on.
I don't think I'm the guy to ask about staying in shape.
Do you listen to your doctor?
I do.
Yeah. That's all you can do, right? You gotta listen to doctors. Yes. You hear him.
I hear him. I listen to him. It's up to the person to take action.
Yeah, that's true. Carson Anderson, 97.1.
There's nothing like when you get that part from eBay and it just fits. Yeah, the first time. So you can do less of this and get right back to more of this. At eBay, you'll find all the parts you need, guaranteed to fit, at prices you'll love. Sounds good, doesn't it? eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions supply.
My name is Emma. I am 13 years old. 6 years ago, I was injured in a car accident that left me paralyzed from the waist down. Last January, I finally got to meet my service dog, Marcia. Marcia helps me open doors. She picks up things that I can't reach. We are just one of the thousands of teams Canine Companions has paired together over the past 50 years.
Join dedicated volunteers making a difference in communities like yours. Visit canine.org today.
Movie? Check. Beverages? Check. Corgis? Much too interested in my popcorn? Check.
We try to be prepared for anything around here, but it's not always easy. Protecting our home and auto with Progressive, that's simple. Their coverage is reliable, and that's exactly how we like it.
Maxie.
Bundle your home and auto with Progressive for peace of mind and reliable protection all in one place. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states. Coverage subject to policy terms. Prices vary based on how you buy.
When you get hurt, you don't want to end up on an injured list. You want to get back in the game, stronger than ever. At Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm, we fight for you, making sure big insurance doesn't throw you a curveball. With over $25 billion recovered, we're the home run hitters you need. This is gone! Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Morgan & Morgan is responsible for this. John Morgan is licensed in Florida and Tennessee. Higher results do not guarantee a simple outcome.
Verbo's last-minute deals make chasing fresh mountain powder incredibly easy. With thousands of homes close to the slopes, you can get epic cow, freshies, first tracks, and more. Find last-minute deals with the last-minute filter on the app. Book a private vacation rental now at Verbo.com.
You could keep daydreaming about McDonald's, or you could order McDelivery and be eating McDonald's. Something that is.
At participating McDonald's, delivery prices may be higher than at restaurants.
You know that big bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest are pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement. Attention shoppers. If you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergent. Pay for clean. If it's gotta be clean, it's gotta be Tide Pods. Water content based on clean market liquid detergent.
Hey guys, finding the perfect gift for the lover in your life is easy. Thanks to Goldbelly. Goldbelly ships America's most iconic foods straight from world-famous restaurants right to your door. So if you want to treat someone to Joe's Stone Crab from Miami, Franklin Barbecue from Texas, or desserts from famous foodies like Ina Garten or Martha Stewart, Goldbelly has you covered. Just go to goldbelly.com and for a limited time, get 20% off your first order with promo code GIFT. That's promo code GIFT.
The Detroit Lions face the Dallas Cowboys at Ford Field on Thursday Night Football. Lions game day starts at 5 with Costa and Rico live from Buffalo Wild Wings in downtown. 97.1 tickets.
Also streaming through our website, nightsupplementticket.com, where Champ and Chumper posted. Did the voting yesterday, posted our website. On Tuesday, additionally, you can stream with video, twitch.tv and youtube.com. Listen to the streaming chat. You can comment. Community's there, and we sometimes read what you wrote on the air. All right, let's get to what the defensive coordinator had to say yesterday. Kelvin Shepard speaking with the media. A lot of focus lately on pass rush and lack thereof. They've got Dallas coming up on Thursday night. How do you create a pass rush against the Cowboys? Here's what Kelvin Shepard had to say.
It's a lot of too close almost happening still in November going into now December, where that's absolutely won't be tolerated. Being close isn't good. You have to make that play. And that's coverage and rush. They marry each other. There's no dumbing
defensive secondary in this league without a good pass rush. There's no good pass rush without some type of coverage happening on the back end. So the guys understand that, and we have to find a way to mesh and gel those at the highest level this week against one of the top, if not the top offense in the NFL right now.
It's weird. Earlier in the year, they were creating more pressure. Lately, it hasn't been there. The question is it a product of who they're playing? Are they guys who are one-trick ponies? Are guys nursing injuries? Or are they just overrated? I guess is another possibility here. Whatever it may be, it feels like it's an underachieving group. And even, people think they should have added more, and that's going to be a debate that probably goes on for as long as we have these jobs. But at the end of the day, they got to figure something out because you can't cover forever. And with these receivers coming up Thursday night, you've got to get in Dak's face.
Yeah, and for what it's worth, last year they had 37 sacks. This year 32. So they're on pace for more than what they did last year in terms of quarterback sacks. But what your eyes have seen last is that they haven't gotten home to the quarterback. They didn't get at Jordan Love. They didn't get to Jameis Winston until the last play of the game. And that's disappointing. And, yeah, the stakes are higher after you announce a contract with Aiden Hutchinson to make one of the richest players in the league in his position. And we just haven't seen that crazy production that I think we were hoping for this year. But it's still 5 games to go. But they absolutely need him to be a guy. They need everybody to step up and do more. And then they're trying to find different combinations. We've seen Elite McNeil out as a defensive end, so they can maximize and use a rotation of guys in the middle and use McNeil because he's got the ability to rush the passer. But they got to be better with their blitz packages. It seems like every time they send an extra person, they get picked up. Yeah, last year they were bottom 10 in the NFL in terms of stats. This year they're still top 10. They look like last year's pass rushers playing. All right, so everybody looks about something else. It's a great question, and I don't dismiss it. Doug was asked basically of Kevin Shepard. Micah Parsons gets double teamed. Miles Garrett gets double teamed. So when Hutch gets double teamed, those guys are still producing. Can Hutch give more? Here's what he had to say. What I know is I have a high-level player, one of the best, if not the best, edge rushers in this league. He knows, just like we know, people are going to plan for him. That's why he is one of the best, and he has to combat that. But it isn't a one-man show. Other people have to win. And when I'm not just talking about Hutch, I'm not just talking about Mac. I thought Mac was a very impactful rusher in the middle all Thanksgiving Day. But it just can't be those two guys. When your name is called, if you draw one-on-one, you have to win in this league if you want to be around. And it's just simple as that.
That part sounds like a bit of a threat. Yeah, I mean, look, at the beginning of that question, we didn't play the whole thing for you, but there was basically, he said, I'm not going to compare. I'm not going to compare. I don't know what goes on in those buildings. They run different schemes. I'm not going to get into all that. And then he said, what I know is, and started with what he had to say about Hutch. Look, he's got a big contract. He's back from injury. He's kind of not made the impact the last few weeks. And without him making as much of an impact, there are problems. I still think he's capable, and I suspect we will see a dramatic difference with not only quarterback sacks, but TFLs. Like, there's no difference between who gets tackled behind the line of scrimmage. You get behind the chains, and your drives are percent chance of your drives being successful goes way down. So they have to be better up front. I'm no coach, but it also doesn't, you don't have to be the smartest football mind to figure that out.
Yeah, I mean, Hutchinson is 10th in the league in sacks with 8.5, but he's 20th, tied for 20th in the league with tackles for loss. And you look at that like, wow, that's really something that's happened there. It's because he's only got 9 tackles for loss. Miles Garrett has 28. Max Crosby has 23. And Micah Parsons has 12 to go with his 12.5 sacks. So he's not in that category, I don't think. I think he's great. I think he's a great player. They need other guys to do their job too. But they aren't paying him like that. And there's got to be pressure on Aiden Hutchinson. I hope he breaks through and ends up having a killer game on Thursday night. We know he's capable. We've seen him have 3-4 sack games and completely wreak havoc and be in the backfield constantly. And if I'm not mistaken, it wasn't last year against the last year against the Cowboys when he got hurt. But he was having a good game until he broke his leg. And then the Lions just smoked the Cowboys the rest of the way and won like 47-9. But he's absolutely capable of having those games. It's not just on him, but it starts with him.
Well, and the other thing that we pointed out, and I don't want this to be taken the wrong way, but, you know, a guy who wasn't doing it at the level he is now was Myles Garrett, who had, I think, 4 sacks through 7 games and then exploded and had 14 and a half sacks in like his last 4 or 5 games. Now, I'm not saying expect 14 and a half sacks, but I'm saying this can happen where a guy goes through a non-productive stretch or a less productive stretch in a season and then turns it around and is far more productive. It happened with arguably the best in the game. All right, so will they turn it around defensively? This was an interesting answer. They got this game against the Cowboys. They're kind of up against it. Will they turn it around defensively? Here's what Kevin Shepard had to say.
We're exactly where we want to be. Like, and that might sound crazy, but in my opinion, we're exactly where we want to be. You can say backs against the wall. What I see is a great opportunity with everything. When we started this year, we had goals and aspirations. All those goals and aspirations still lie ahead of us. But now it's just a more sense of urgency, which it always should have been. But sometimes we all, it's human nature. You need a little nudge. You need a little reminder of where you've been instead of where you're at or where you think you're old, if you're owed something. We just need a little reminder. And I just hope it's a wake-up call to us all. There's an urgency and there's a margin for error that's no longer tolerable.
Will this bring out their best?
I hope so. I think that they can say that they tune out the outside noise, but I think we all know better. Some players will be listening to some of this stuff more than others, but they know what's going on. They do walk around town and they'll hear what people have said, or that they'll look at Twitter or whatever, watch a TV show, listen to the radio, and they know what's up. Plus, they're the guys that are playing the game. Of course they know what's happening. They're not thrilled with what's happened with their record this year. They can't be happy with how they've gone from being the best in the NFL last year against the pass with their quarterback rating to being, very middle of the road at best. They have to come up with an effort. If they don't win on Thursday night, good luck getting to the playoffs at that point. I mean, it may not technically be a must-win game, but this might be one of these get-right games, like get back on the right path towards winning, and that way you can try to save the season and get to the postseason.
He clearly thinks they're going to come out fighting. And look, when you hear it, we're right where we want to be, there was a follow-up question. Like, fans don't feel that. Mm-hmm. And here's what he had to say.
I've been trained and conditioned. The same reason I don't panic when I lose 3 starters on the back end, because I see an opportunity ahead of us. I see an opportunity where we're back in that realm of being doubted. I see an opportunity to where everybody's not looking at us as the class of the NFL. So that's why I say it's right where we want to be, because it's right where I like to live. Right here, just in the back, just laying in the weeds and waiting to bite somebody's ass. So I'm looking forward to this week, and I know our players feel the same way.
Okay, ask yourself this. If you don't feel that way, aren't you glad that the defensive coordinator does?
Well, there's that. Yeah, I mean, as a coach speak, of course, it's coach speak. But if I'm a player in that locker room and I'm hearing the coach deliver that message, and, this is your profession. This isn't some hobby. Guys talking about a book club later on. This is their livelihood. This is football. And that's the guy who leads them on defense. He's the defensive coordinator, and he's trying to fire them up. If that's my job, I'm probably getting fired up. But the proof is in the pudding. Get out there and do it on Thursday.
Yeah, I remember talking when we talked with Chuck Daly all the time, and back at the Going to Work Pistons, and he had this no more big games theory.
Bad boy. Oh, yeah.
He was Going to Work Pistons. Yeah, he was retired. He was coming on the air. When he used to come on the air and talk to us, he talked about the feeling of how hard it was in the regular season. Well, now this kind of feels like a playoff. This Cowboy game feels like a playoff game. And we'll see if it indeed brings out the Lions' best, because it's kind of better. All right, 248-539-9797. We'll talk with you next. It is Carson Anderson on 97.1. FanDuel is the #1 sportsbook for same-game parlays. From points and rebounds to threes and assists, FanDuel is the best place to combine your favorite picks into a same-game parlay where you can track every live stat. There's one easy-to-use app. It's all right there in front of you. But right now, for new customers, don't go same-game parlay for this offer because you want to win the $150 in bonus bets, which you will win if your first $5 bet wins. So, if you've never done this before, all you got to do is make a $5 deposit. And what I would do is put that money in a money line bet on a heavy favorite. They just have to win a game. They don't have to cover a spread. Then you get your $150 in bonus bets. You might never, ever make another bet ever again, but you got to bet that money to earn that money. But you get $150 in bonus bets to play with. And I think you got a week to do it. So go find that money line bet you really like. Make your $5 deposit. You can bet all you want. Then you close the account if you want. You keep going. You do all the same game parlays you want. Bet on the players you love, the teams you love that win. Head to FanDuel.com/official sports betting partner of the NBA. Must be 21 years of age or older and present in Michigan. First online real money wager. Only $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable bonus bets, which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Verbo's last-minute deals make chasing fresh mountain powder incredibly easy. With thousands of homes close to the slopes, you can get Epic Pow, Freshies, First Tracks, and more. Find last-minute deals with the last-minute filter on the app. Book a private vacation rental now at Verbo.com.
Do you want free internet forever? Yeah, we thought so. That's why Spectrum is giving you just that. Free fiber-powered internet forever when you switch and get 4 mobile lines from Spectrum. No internet bills, no taxes, no late fees. Just fast fiber-powered internet. Call 833-901-0178 to find out how. But hurry, this deal won't last forever. Once more, 833-901-0178. Or visit spectrum.com/free forever to learn more.
Okay, welcome to gift wrapping. Whoa, so done.
Hey, can you wrap these, please?
Wow, iPhone 17s. You splurged.
At T-Mobile, you can get 4 iPhone 17s on them. The new center stage front camera is amazing for group selfies. It's the perfect gift for everyone.
The worst. I only got my mom a roll.
Well, it's better than that. Where are you going?
To T-Mobile. Excellent. Holidays are better in T-Mobile. Get 4 iPhone 17s on us. No trade-in needed when you switch. Plus 4 lines for just $25 a line. The McDonald's snack wrap is back. You brought it back. Ranch snack wrap. Spicy snack wrap. You broke the internet. For a snack. Snack wrap is back. Your ambition just met its match with Robinhood. Trade stocks and ETFs, options, futures, and crypto all on one platform. Get started today at Robinhood.com/yourmoney. Your money, your move. All investments involve risk, including loss of principal. Options, futures, and crypto trading carry significant risk and may not suit all investors. Securities offered through Robinhood Financial LLC, member SIPC. Futures trading is offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, not FDIC or SIPC protected. Crypto offered through Robinhood Crypto LLC, NMLS ID 1702840, not FDIC or SIPC protected. Portfolio management offered by Robinhood Strategies, and SEC registered advisor. Movie? Check. Beverages? Check. A corgi who's much too interested in my popcorn? Check.
We try to be prepared for anything around here, but it's not always easy. Protecting our home and auto with Progressive, that's simple. Their coverage is reliable, and that's exactly how we like it.
Maxie.
Bundle your home and auto with Progressive for peace of mind and reliable protection, all in one place. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states. Coverage subject to policy terms. Prices vary based on how you buy.
When you get hurt, you don't want to end up on the injured list. You want to get back in the game, stronger than ever. At Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm, we fight for you, making sure big insurance doesn't throw you a curveball. With over $25 billion recovered, we're the home run hitters you need. This is gone! Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Morgan & Morgan is responsible for this ad. John Morgan is licensed in Florida and Tennessee. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
A station where your opinion matters.
A lot of feedback here. Regarding the Pistons, be wary of the fast start. Do we forget the Tigers? Different sports, same heartbreak for the city. Oh, don't forget the imploding Lions. All right, Sunshine. Look, we, of course, haven't forgot the Tigers. And, it's why we talked about literally benchmarks in February. If you get to February and they're still winning at this pace and they're beating teams like Oklahoma City, who unfortunately don't play till I think it's February 25th, something like that. That's literally why we didn't, we brought up that particular benchmark. And even then, it might not be as significant as it feels. If Detroit goes out and beats Oklahoma City, I can almost guarantee it'll mean way more to Detroit than it will to Oklahoma City. Because Oklahoma City's thinking about, man, we just got to go through the motions of the regular season until we get to the postseason. Right. So, no, we haven't, trust me, we haven't forgotten about the Tigers, and we know it's just, at this point, it could be just a fast start.
Yeah, for the Pistons aspect, we as fans we're at the yardstick stage, right? We want to see if we can measure up against the better teams in the league. Well, the Pistons are the best team in the Eastern Conference by 3 games at this point, with a 17-4 start. So, yeah, I think we look at it differently as opposed to teams that already have been there and continuing on with their standard of excellence, and they're just going through the season like, we're going to be as good as we can until let's get to the playoffs. Like a team like Oklahoma City and their fans, and we know this from being Red Wing fans for all those years, can we just get to the postseason? Let's just get there, get there healthy, let's do it. Even same thing with the Pistons, but they're going to work Pistons were so good for so many years in a row that's what we expected. And yet, here we are with both of those teams, and Pistons are just a little bit ahead of the Red Wings because they made the playoffs last year. But yeah, I do think it's a yardstick situation for the Pistons where it's not for the other teams in the league that have been good.
Love that they won last night, but what's up with Ivy? 14 minutes and only 1 stat, 1 assist. Maybe move him before his stock drops. It's from Brian at Newport. I mean, he's coming off injury. I think it's fair to give it some time. If you want to move him, I guess go for it if you're going to get some great trade. I'm not against Jaden Ivey being part of a trade that lands Lauri Markkanen, something like that. But, I think it's okay that he hasn't come back and lightened the world on fire. It's not particularly stunning, given that he hasn't played. And when he get hurt, it's almost a calendar year ago, right?
Yeah, right around Christmas time.
Yep. If the Lions miss the playoffs, Brad Holmes should be fired. That's from Drew in Woodhaven. Drew, that is a zero tolerance policy you have there, friend. Why should he be fired? Because my guess is he should be fired because you're mad. Because you want somebody to be punished. Now, if Brad Holmes, you don't think Brad Holmes is smart enough to perhaps change his approach. You don't think Brad Holmes has put together a team that's anywhere close to being able to contend moving forward. Even though they're locking up their best young players for a long time. Got it. But, Drew, are you sure you want him fired? You sure? Because we just went over the career arc of Howie Roseman in Philly. And he's mixed in Super Bowl victories with missing the playoffs. He's mixed in long playoff runs with going 4-11-1. So, if you got a guy that's really good and has done good work, 1 missed playoff spot, that's reason to fire him? I'm not saying don't be critical of him, but if he misses the playoffs, Drew and Woodhaven would fire Brad Holmes.
Yeah, that's the high standard some people have, I guess. It's never good enough unless you win.
Well, is it a high standard, or is it just a lack of understanding of what happens in the league, even in other successful places?
It's both. I think people are obstinate to that, and not looking at that. They don't want to hear it. They've got the blinders on, and it's all about it's championship or bust.
Holmes' failure is taking one of the worst guards in the league last year in Glasgow, moving him to center and surrounding him with rookies, criminal, especially in light of Chicago upgrading the line with vets. Yes, Jonah Jackson is better than Glasgow at guard. I'm going to tell you, yeah, I think that was a problem. I don't know that they would have done that had they known Ragnar was going to retire before free agency or the draft. And then I can almost guarantee he tried to upgrade the offensive line. Given the lack of offensive line that got moved, do you remember the Birchie stat that, like, since the year 2000, don't quote me if I'm off on it, but it was since 2000, 7 starting linemen had been moved at the trade deadline?
Something crazy like that.
So that's 25 years of trade deadlines, and 7 starting offensive linemen have been traded at the trade deadline. So, yeah, it wasn't ideal, admittedly. And on top of that, even though Mahogany showed some promise, him getting hurt isn't helping. Radledge, as the season has gone on, doesn't appear to be getting, struggling a little bit more. But
it's also easier for the Bears to add $50 million of interior offensive linemen in one offseason when they have a rookie contract for a quarterback. And Jared Goff makes way more than Caleb Williams does.
That's a good point. Thank you, Paul. The impression I get on Brad Holmes is sometimes he thinks he's the smartest guy in the room. Dan Campbell works under him, so I guess he needs to follow. At the trade deadline, they did nothing. Dan Campbell says they like where they're at. Obviously, that was not a good assessment. But keep in mind, you always have to remember this. Publicly, they're almost always going to say they like where they're at. I don't think he's going to come out and say, yeah, we took a big swing and missed. Now we're screwed. But, we'll see how this thing plays itself out. These callers are delusional to think that the Lions can make the playoffs. They're done. Way too many injuries, and coaching staff is lost. They may only win 2 more games if they're lucky. If they're lucky. So you think it will take luck to win 2 more games? This is from Jason. So total wins the rest of the way, 1.5. I get the over, you get the under.
There we go. Cars Casinos.
Does he mean it? Penn State seems to have fired James Franklin without any real plans in place of what to do to replace him. That's from an unnamed texter. Scott Carlton, I hope Lane Kiffin steps on a Lego.
That hurts, man.
Yep.
That's painful.
The Lions will lose against Dallas, the Rams, and revenge-seeking Bears in Chicago. Therefore, forget the playoffs this year. If they do that, Chuck and Trent, you are correct. Here's Rico Beard.
A Lego at night. That's worse.
Yeah. I'll give you another one.
Because you have no idea it's even there.
Acorns.
Yeah.
Dog brings acorns in the house sometimes. And she'll chew them in half, and then now there are 2 acorns in the house, and you step on that with bare feet.
She doesn't get sick, does she?
Well, no, because she doesn't digest it. She spits them out. She just chews it and realizes there's nothing there. Yeah.
Had to come in early. Hard out.
It works.
That's true. How you been?
I'm good, man. How you guys?
Okay. Feels like a little bit of therapy work this week that's not working at all.
Yeah, because you know what? I think a lot of people talk themselves into it's going to be different the next time we play Green Bay. And they never prepared themselves for, what happens if it's not? And I think this is why you have to do therapy. So we appreciate the time that you and Gator put in. It softens up the crowd for us, so thank you. Yes.
I'm not sure it has any positive or negative effect on their program, but
they're respectful.
We'll accept the credit for it.
They are very respectful.
What do you guys got planned coming up next?
Well, we have some interesting numbers when it comes to the Lions defense, and the Pat Fitzgerald press conference is going to be going on during the show, so we're going to try to grab the best bites. And really it comes down to how much money they're going to give him and the new renditions of Spartan Stadium. It's renditions.
Yeah, it's artist renderings.
Even Mr. Negativity said, you build that, I'll show up.
It looks pretty sweet. But again, it's a drawing that takes place.
I did not see one bale of hay. So no kids with balloons in the artist renderings.
No LED roof. No, because you're there for a football time.
Nobody playing a violin and a court of people sitting around watching. It's an artist rendering that fails in my book. Have a great show. Stay safe, everyone. Treat each other with respect. Nice someone.
Movie? Check. Beverages? Check. A corgi who's much too interested in my popcorn? Check.
We try to be prepared for anything around here, but it's not always easy. Protecting our home and auto with Progressive, that's simple. Their coverage is reliable, and that's exactly how we like it.
Maxie.
Bundle your home and auto with Progressive for peace of mind and reliable protection, all in one place. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states. Coverage subject to policy terms. Prices vary based on how you buy.
Listen up. If you guys haven't heard of Goldbelly, let me fill you in. Goldbelly ships America's most iconic foods nationwide. Whether it's the one and only Joe Stone Crown from Miami, legendary steaks from Peter Luger's in New York, or mind-blowing cakes from food icons like Ina Garten or Martha Stewart, Goldbelly's got epic gifts your friends and family will rave about for years. And you can get all of these and more at huge savings and free shipping during Goldbelly's Black Friday sale. So hurry to goldbelly.com and grab these deals while they last.
What is your next success story? At University of Maryland Global Campus, you can succeed again with more than 135 affordable online degrees and certificates to help you move your career forward. From cybersecurity and AI to healthcare and MBA, our programs help you build critical thinking, leadership, and communication skills that set you apart in today's job market. Designed for working adults, focused on the future. Classes start soon. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Shell. Hey y'all, this is Maggie Freeling, host of the podcast Up and Vanish Weekly. Tune in each week as I dive into some of the most interesting unresolved cases. Search Up and Vanish Weekly in your podcast app to follow the show. Crimes Up is a weekly series that explores a new theme each season, starting with the true crimes that inspired Hollywood's most iconic. Listen to and follow Crimes Up, available now wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome to Radio Rental. The scariest stories you've ever heard in your life. All told by real people. And off we go. This wasn't a human being that I saw. There's something here in this house. Something out of this world.
There was a woman moving through the hall. I stepped back and I was completely alone.
Radio Rental is available now. Listen for free on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts. When you get hurt, you don't want to end up on the injured list. You want to get back in the game, stronger than ever. At Morgan & Morgan, we're the home run hitters you need. Morgan & Morgan.
Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Nationwide is so much more than a great insurance company. They're one of America's largest financial services companies. Like how I'm more than just paper money. I'm also motivated Manning. When I say insurance, you say financial services. Insurance. Insurance. Now, when I say nationwide, you say it's both. Nationwide. Nationwide. Your insurance and financial needs. Nationwide is on your side.
Nationwide Investment Services Corporation, member FINRA, Columbus, Ohio.
Love, it isn't just one color. It comes in countless shades, different hues. Desert Diamonds celebrate all the people we love and all the shades that make them who they are. In an entire spectrum of unexpected tones, from warm whites to pale champagnes to deep ambers, natural colors that reflect they will always be loved for exactly who they are. Discover Desert Diamonds. A diamond is forever.
WXYT FM and WXYT HD1 Detroit. Always live on the Free Odyssey app. Sports headlines. Live from the Jamie Samuelson studio. This is 97.1.
Brought to you by Precision Garage Door Services of Southeast Michigan. Lions coach Dan Campbell told the media today that receiver Amon-Ra St. Brown is getting better. He was not at practice today, however. Penny Sewell, Taylor Decker, and Kirby Joseph also missed. Campbell mentioned that it was unlikely that receiver Khalif Raymond will suit up against the Cowboys as well. The Red Wings hit the ice tonight looking to snap a 4-game losing skid. They're back at home against the Bruins at LCA. Puck drop at 7. You can hear it right here on the ticket. Detroit will be without Mason Appleton tonight. Michigan State is getting ready to introduce their next football head coach, Pat Fitzgerald, today at 3. They announced a new $1 billion capital campaign called For Sparta that will contribute to modernizing facilities, which will include a new East Tower at Stadium, premium seating, and court-side suites to the Breslin Center. Winter meetings start on Monday, according to MLB Network's JP Morosi. Current Rays closer Pete Fairbanks could sign before then. The Tigers, Marlins, and Blue Jays are all involved. Guardians pitchers Emmanuel Clase and Luis Ortiz. Why is that so funny to you? And we'll have a May trial surrounding that alleged bribes and pitch rigging as well. Pistons are off until tomorrow. Their G League affiliate, the Crews, announced that Marcus Sasser will be in uniform for them tomorrow as well. That era is over. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto from 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Live from the Jamie Samuelson Studio, The Valenti Show with Rico on 97.1.
Good afternoon to one and all. Got a busy show planned. Got some Lions. We will get to up to East Lansing for Pat Fitzgerald. We're not going to carry it live because Lord knows these press conferences are painful. What we will do, though, is...
Let's bring up 6 people before we get to the coach.
You got to hear from the president. You hear from the AD. I'm sure they'll have Bill Beekman passing out like sausage pinwheels. And then it's going to be Fitz, the family. Look, we'll pull the best stuff from it. We'll deliver it.
25.
Right, I'm not here for it. We'll deliver you the best audio. But we will get into the Michigan State hiring now that it's official, talk through it, go from there. But I do want to start with some Lion stuff. I need your opinion on it. Rico, you are the resident conspiracy theorist. You border on oil sometimes. So I was talking with a couple of people, including one, Thomas John Lang. And crumble brisket. So I wanted to break something down. And it's about the Lions. And I think it is a better use of data. I have carped about PR departments and what they do to fans and how I think it's a battle that you end up having to fight if you want to be remotely honest about sports. PR departments are not honest. They are propaganda. Yeah. That is what they are. They run. Exactly. So the Aiden Hutchinson conversation is a hot button issue. And I'm not going to do a bunch of PSAs. You're the highest paid guy outside of the quarterback. You are trumpeted as this Myles Garrett type player, which you are surely not. But I found something interesting, and I want to know if it's something or not. Okay. Before October 29th, Hutch had 6 sacks, 50 pressures, and a 27% win rate. After October 29th, 2.5 sacks, 14 pressures, and a 13% win rate. And mind you, Detroit as a unit, which you're the captain of, ranks dead last in football in time to pressure, so your pressures don't mean as much. When they take forever, you're asking your secondary that plays man cover, like William Wallace and Braveheart, hold! You can't ask them to do that. So you're dead last in time to pressure. Yet you have a top 10 blitz rate. So it's even worse for all the people who want to pretend that Hutch is triple teamed and handcuffed. You're bringing additional rushers. Yeah. Still can't get home. So here's my question. Do you know what October 29th is? Today he signed his contract. Pre-contract? Post-contract? We're taking a trip to the hot dog. Okay. 1 or 2.
Let me put on a tinfoil cap.
Okay. Now I get it. So here's where I had to ask. I am fine if you say there is absolutely no correlation. I'm not going to die on this hill. I just am telling you. Before the contract, he was one player. After the contract, he's another. Now, I would argue you faced a bunch of crap before the contract, including a bunch of backup tackles. And that's how he pumped up his sack total. And all those pressures, you can miss me with it. Let me save you the phone call. Well, he's number 1 in football according to PFF. How long did those pressures take? That's the issue here. Now, I want to take it a step further. As much as we want to talk about Hutch, let me throw the ultimate off-speed pitch here. Okay. I've been hitting you 98 on the black. Let me throw a little Uncle Charlie, buckle the knees at 84. I want to defend Hutch on something. I want to defend him. Little Charlie Ford. This is Chuckles. Do you know what percentage of snaps Aiden plays for this team? I would assume probably 9%. He plays nearly 94% of snaps. That is an absurdity. That is not fair to Aiden Hutchinson. So as much as I want to have the Hutch conversation with you, yes, tongue-in-cheek, pre-contract, post-contract. Guys, you got to talk about it. No. You got to talk about it. No. That's a real thing. Okay, that's not a Hutch thing, Mike. You've seen it so many times. The guy has the career year right before the contract. Like, wow, he's tearing it up regardless of the sport. You know, in baseball, he's knocking the cover off the ball. Or look at all the strikeouts his pitcher's getting. Sign steal goes back to normal. I don't have to produce as much because I've tricked you into paying me. So that's real. Then all of a sudden you're going all out because you're motivated. It's the carrot and stick, and you're chasing that carrot. You've got the carrot. You don't have that same motivation anymore.
Well, here's where I've arrived at. All I have asked, like people think there's this negative view of Hutch. It's not. I think he's a really good player. I still think he's great. Greatness needs to be reserved for people like Myles Garrett. I think Micah Parsons is great. Micah Parsons is also the only player outside of Lawrence Taylor to have the first 5 years of his career go north of 12 and a half sacks. That's greatness. Aiden Hutchinson is not great. He's very good. But the difference is the great ones don't need a lot of help. The very good ones do.
And the difference between Micah Parsons and Hutch, Micah Parsons, Myles Garrett is somebody that the offensive coordinator has to draw up plays for. You have to know where that person is at all times. I don't think Hutch has reached that, Mike, because we've seen him being blocked by a tight end. No offensive coordinator in their right mind will say, we'll just put a tight end out there for Myles Garrett. We'll just put a tight end out there for Micah Parsons.
What? But here's my question. Something or nothing, pre-October 29th and post. Not mad in the least if you say absolutely nothing. That's a heinous accusation. But I want to add a part B to this. To me, this should be the death of any of this let Brad cook nonsense. Because this, what I've just outlined to you, is the ultimate indictment on Brad Holmes and his strategy of not giving Hutch help, leaning on Hutch for 95% of snaps, and then mocking the fan base about wanting an edge rusher. Even at a minimum, if Hutch was producing at a real high level, you couldn't have him play 95% of snaps. And you go, well, they did bring guys back. Yeah, the same people that were hurt the last several years. Marcus Davenport, Josh Paschal, Levi Onwuzurike. They're all dead. Oh, but Davenport finally came back after missing 10 weeks, 12 weeks.
And there's something about this whole 94% of the time, because I don't know if you guys noticed, but late in the Green Bay game, Lions drive, you know who was not on the field? Parsons. They were resting him because they're like, okay, we'll give you this one, Detroit. We'll let Micah Parsons rest. We're going to bring him back out 100%. In case you score, then we're going to need him. So we're not going to just burn him down. We're not going to run him out. Like, yeah. But the fact that Hutch has to be out there
That's an indictment on Brad Holmes.
Yes.
Period. It is not fair to Hutch to ask him or any player to play over 90% of snaps playing the position he plays. Not fair. But the problem is this. It is simply about investing in Hutch. Let me be unequivocal with this, and I'll give you an example that doesn't reside in Detroit just so you can understand and appreciate an authenticity to this. Dexter Lawrence is the highest paid New York Giant, okay? What did I want to do in the draft? I wanted to invest in Dexter. Why would you take a defensive tackle when you have Dex? Strength on strength. I wanted Mason Graham. What did the Giants do? They drafted Mel Tucker. No, I'm sorry. That report, are you kidding me? This guy's watching movies during team meetings? What is going on here?
Let me take people behind the scenes of doing this show. And David, you know this, and Paul, Sarah, thank you for joining us. You probably know this as well.
Hi, Paul.
It is very difficult to come up with a nugget that you can save for the show to surprise Mike. It really, like, there's certain things I don't know what you're doing. I don't know what you're talking about. Because I just want that. Like, you'll hit me with the organic thing.
Yeah.
I can't do that for you.
Well, I try to be prepared.
I know. Mike, it's not an indictment on you. It's just, yes, when I saw that report, I'm like, okay, he's still on social media.
You know how many people sent that to me? By the way, I do have audio of Abdul Carter and his D-line game. Abdul's really excited about the game plan.
I mean, I can only imagine how that meeting went, but all of a sudden, the coordinator's like, wait, what is that sound? And I want to hear your mouth. I want to hear your mouth. He's so engrossed in this, he doesn't realize that everybody stopped talking. And it's just looking at him like, well, how about some good news? It's the season.
Exactly. You didn't have time for pass rush assignments.
You know what, Mr. Carter, keep chopping.
Couldn't be happier with my new team. Thank you, Abdul. So look, the point I'm making is, as much as I want to talk about Hutch, and I think that is appropriate, I think it's justified, and if you don't want the money, if you don't want the responsibility, go do something else. You are the captain of a unit that is the worst in football at creating pressures. Ergo, stop touting your pressures. They are irrelevant. They take 4 seconds to get there. It is not the same as a pressure from a Micah Parsons, which happens in a nanosecond. But I ultimately want to circle it back to what we have always said on this show. Invest in Ayton. Yes. Invest in the pass rush. I mean, it's just not rocket science. We're not at Carmanos. We're not attempting to cure pancreatic cancer. Brad Holm, this to me should be the ultimate receipt. Micah Parsons, Ayton Hutchinson. That's it. The pass over. The receivers caught the ball, and then he's.
Stage front cameras are amazing for group selfies. It's a perfect gift for everyone.
This winter, if you need to work, why not work from a chalet? If you haven't seen your college besties since, well, college, you need a week to fully catch up in a silly cabin. And if you have to stay in a remote place with your in-laws, you should save over $200 a week. That's the least we can do. So, you might as well start digging out the long john, because saving over $200 on a week is
The McDonald's snack wrap is back. You brought it back. Ranch snack wrap. Spicy snack wrap. You broke the internet. For a snack. Snack wrap is back. Movie? Check. Beverages? Check. Corgi who's much too interested in my popcorn? Check.
We try to be prepared for anything around here, but it's not always easy. Protecting our home and auto with Progressive, that's simple. Their coverage is reliable, and that's exactly how we like it.
Sexy.
Bundle your home and auto with Progressive for peace of mind and reliable protection, all in one place. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states. Coverage subject to policy terms. Prices vary based on how you buy.
When you get hurt, you don't want to end up on the injured list. You want to get back in the game stronger than ever. At Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm, we fight for you, making sure big insurance doesn't throw you a curveball. With over $25 billion
and Morgan for the people.com. Morgan & Morgan is responsible for this ad. John Morgan is licensed to
You heard the ads, lawyers bragging about some giant verdict like a trophy or a big Mario they caught. Here's the problem. For a trophy. That's why David Pittman chose different lawyers. It's big. It's not about bragging rights. It's about fighting for what's right. It's about treating things personal. Because these things are highly personal. You know, it's your 10 years late. You're in a car. State 855 crash. You fucking truck. Construction is going to be the beginning, middle, and end of this game. You are dead last in football with time to pressure. You are down 10 in blitz rate, so don't call up saying Calvin Shepard needs blitz. He's doing everything he can. Your D line sucks. Getting options at captain, yeah, I say big player. Pre-October 29th, post-October 29th. But also, when you start to look at this really comes back to Brad Holmes. It has to. There's been this weird, as Rico puts it, defiant, almost spiteful approach. You want a pass rusher? I just traded 3/3 for a wide receiver. So I just wanted to know, because again, we need Hutch more than ever Thursday night. If you have any signs of meeting together, there is no and if you look at status analysis, like it was Green Bay in drafting wide receiver. And I'm every year draft wide receiver. Every year. Aaron Rodgers was every guys. Please don't give me a receiver. You know what? That is a wonderful point. Damn. Never should have handed him that energy drink. I knew this would happen. 2-4, it's like the ring in his phone.
Doctor?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh. Well, I wanted to know where the drinks are.
Water in the back aisle, the juice is on the same line as the water, the soap and Sprite is right now.
Thank you.
Bandits I talked about. Would he have been the first guy I went after? No, but apparently that did. And you search for me. I don't know who the other candidates were, but guys, let's just say the quiet part out loud. They know what they were doing because minutes after firing Jonathan Smith, rumors start coming out. Oh no, by the way, it's going to be Pat Fitzgerald. So that means over the last month or so, calls were made and promises were kept. And it also coincides with $1 million cap drive to redo Spartan Stadium, to redo facilities. I'm not helping. There's no money in that contributed that I help with. Let's see. Show me a staff. Show me a championship caliber staff. You'll have my attention. I gotta just let a little bit of this play out. I like it. I've always liked it. I hated his offensive approach. If I gotta think back to CJ Bechet or Dan Persa or Mike Trumpy or Zach Kustok and those annoying ass Northwestern teams, even the ones that predated him as head coach, that dink and dunk crap. Clayton Thorson haunts my dreams. I can't. Please. But tell me you've evolved since then. If this is just going to be a bunch of 3-yard crossing routes, my hands. Get to the people, shall we? Fine. Aggressive. Let's go to Jacob 97. Hey, Jake. Hey, guys. How's it going? Can you hear me? Yes, I should clear. Perfect. I am an 18-year season ticket holder. Absolutely. And I am in a show-me state. Since D'Antonio's last 3 years of running jet sweeps, to the lack of coaches that we've had since him, Jonathan Smith, I don't think he'd like gasoline on fire, let alone motivate a team. I'm pissed because I want to be excited. Like I think it's probably a good hire. Will it end up being? I don't know. I want to be excited, but I have nothing to be excited for. I mean, beer is basically the only thing keeping the season ticket holders in the stands right now.
I mean, Jacob, the only way you can sell the excitement is part of it is, okay, it's artist rendering season with Spartan Stadium. And you know my issues with Spartan.
It does look good, doesn't it?
It looks like something that I'll be skeptical they deliver on. But if they're putting money into the program and they're putting money into the stadium and we're buying better players, that no matter who the head coach is, that's your key to excitement. That's it. Yeah. That's all we have.
He's got to have the resources to be able to go out and get guys that we can win with. That's the only way to do it. Yeah. You've got to win. That's what's going to get everybody.
And on the flip side, I'll be upfront with you, Jake. I'll sour real quick on this. If this is just his Northwestern golf buddies that are going to be his staff, I'll sour real quick.
For me, it's what you do in the portal, because right now, half the class is saying the recruiting class, well, they're going to decommit. I'm like, okay, that's fine, because chances are you guys are going to be playing anyway. I need somebody who's going to hit the ground running, because the clock starts now. You got 2 years to show me something, and next year I need to see you in just a who gives a damn bowl, and then we can work on something bigger. But to miss out again,
Rico, we got that 4-star quarterback that kept his commitment. Come on, man.
Right, he kept his commitment, but Jake, I'll see him in 3 years. Pardon me if I'm not excited about it.
I know. No sarcasm, please.
He's a good kid, but if he's playing next year, we got problems.
We got big problems. Hey, one more thing, guys. Completely laughable. My wife got the announcement yesterday for Pat Fitzgerald from the university, because she handles all the season ticket stuff. And she said that under the title, before they even got to the introduction, was a link to buy 2026 season tickets.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's amazing. That's almost as bad as the plaza, a.k.a. picnic tables. Jake,
absolutely.
No. You saw the new plaza today.
We were on the floor laughing.
I know. Jake, these teams crack me up with that stuff. And here's your opportunity. Yeah, okay. Why don't you show me a staff and a portal class, and then maybe I'll write a check. Good heavens. Did I put that link in there? Oh, my bad. My goodness. Let's go over to Jeff, 97.1. Jeff, how you doing, buddy?
Hi, I called originally when we were still talking Hutch, but I'm
happy to. Oh, Jeff, if that's what you want to rap about, let's do it. Open phone.
Hey, I'll just make a quick comment. Is if you people, I think, expected Hutch and say McNeil to come back full bore and stay healthy all year, and then you back them up by bringing in more injury-prone players or guys you drafted that aren't injured. So, again, that could not have been a good recipe for, staying ahead of the game, because everything has been injury, depth, no depth, no depth. But I'll rap with you about the Spartans, because as a Michigan fan, you called it, or one of you pulled it out about Rich Rod coming here and just really not fitting. Mike, you said that you didn't think that Jonathan Smith had ever been west of or east of the Mississippi.
Yeah.
And that really showed. I think at least you got a guy who's Big Ten familiar, knows what it takes to be in the Big Ten and do that. So now if they give him what he needs, I think you're looking at, I'm going to speak big, but you're looking at maybe another, I've lost the coach's name, your best coach.
Antonio? I could never put that on anybody, but I mean, hey, it sounds like a plan to me, Jeff. But no, the Jonathan Smith thing, listen, man, it's really simple. I don't think it makes him a bad human being. I think he was overwhelmed. I mean, Corvallis, go ahead, try to book a flight to Corvallis. You can't. The guy put up at the Big Ten at the worst time. He was told he was going to be given certain things. He wasn't. The competition level goes up. Let's be fair. The schedule last year for his first year was an absolute hellscape. I think he was a little bit overwhelmed at what this really was. And frankly, I'm not sure he ever wanted to be here. I've said this multiple times. That's not a shot at him. No, it was a job. He didn't have a choice. Your conference collapsed. His agent probably told him, if you don't take this money, I'm not going to represent you anymore. And then he comes here. He don't know nobody. He don't know high school coaches. He doesn't know anybody on a recruiting circuit. He doesn't understand the conference. And then this is where he lost a lot of people. He didn't understand the Michigan rivalry. And he coached like he was a rep for Pretty Litter in that first game in 24. And he let him off the hook.
I think if you hooked him up to a lie detector test and said, hey, would you have rather just waited another 10 days? Because 10 days, 10 days after he took the state job, all of a sudden UCLA opens up and Washington opens up. And it's like, it was like, bro, these are jobs you probably really want, especially the UW one. Yeah, the UW one would have made more sense. He was the OC. That's where, it was like, and I'm not going to oversell Fitz, but bottom line, like, your job is to show that you really do want to be someone, okay? And because one guy's a way better public speaker than another, I'm not going to get carried away. Do I feel like Fitz wants to be here? Yes. Do I feel like he's genuinely appreciative of getting back in the game and wanting to reestablish himself? Yes. I think Spartan fans desperately want to know that the person that is on the sidelines not only understands where he is, which isn't Mars, but values it, cares, wants to be here. Like, yes, do I think you'll get that with Fitz? Sure. But again, flowchart right back to NIL, Rico's portal demands. That's where the sport is. I'm not trying to be disrespectful to anybody. I don't care if you're a good guy. I don't care if you talk right or not. I don't care. You have to be able to go out and procure talent fast. So show them. It's it. You're going to know. If MSU's in the portal and they're shopping at DeKalb, Illinois at the NIU welfare store, then no, this won't work. I think you put it best, Mike, in 3 words. You can summarize all of this. Huh? Boats and hoes.
Boats and hoes, baby. It's prestige worldwide. 248-539-9797. All right, stop ignoring the cold. Call Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, Electrical. They do a complete furnace checkup to make sure it's running properly, safely, and right now it's only $79. That's $30 off the regular price. Call today. Spots fill up quick. And don't forget, Mastercraft, they do plumbing, electrical, generators, all at discounted prices. So do it now. It's mastercraftheating.com. That's mastercraftheating.com.
That's the sound of James adding long-lasting gain scent boosters to his laundry this morning. Several hours later, James sniffs the irresistible scent of Gain on a shirt. Gain. Several hours later, James has even caught the attention of his mother-in-law, and she never gives him attention.
Ooh, you smell amazing, James.
Oh, thanks, Ma. I love you too.
I never said that.
At Gain Scent Boosters Laundry. Add joy to your day.
Every home service job needs another piece of paper. Quotes, invoices, checks. It piles up fast.
With Chopper, everything is in one place, and businesses grow by an average of 44% in their first year. Less paper, more profit. Chopper.com. Living with uncontrolled moderate to severe ulcerative colitis can be like biking to work in the rain with an outlaw motorcycle gang. That's right, boys. Are you wondering when your UC symptoms will pop up next? Prescription Belsipity or Etrasimod is one pill once a day for adults with moderate to severe UC that can help calm the chaos of UC symptoms of rectal bleeding and frequent bathroom visits. Belsipity quickly treats flares, with some seeing remission by week 12. It provides a chance for lasting steroid-free remission at 1 year. Don't take Belsipity if you've had a heart attack, chest pain, stroke, or mini-stroke, heart failure in the last 6 months, irregular or abnormal heartbeat. It may cause serious side effects like fatal infections, slow heart rate, liver problems, increased blood pressure, a vision problem called macular edema, certain types of skin cancer, swelling and narrowing of brain's blood vessels, or shortness of breath. Tell your doctor if you're pregnant or plan to be. Use birth control during and for 7 days after treatment.
The rain's letting up.
Ask your doctor about once daily oral Belsipity.
You could keep daydreaming about McDonald's, or you could order McDelivery and be eating McDonald's. Some things are that easy.
At participating McDonald's, delivery prices might be higher than at restaurants.
Movie? Check. Beverages? Check. A corgi who's much too interested in my popcorn? Check.
We try to be prepared for anything around here, but it's not always easy. Protecting our home and auto with Progressive, that's simple. Their coverage is reliable, and that's exactly how we like it.
Maxi.
Bundle your home and auto with Progressive for peace of mind and reliable protection, all in one place. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states. Coverage subject to policy terms. Prices vary based on how you buy.
You've never been one to blend in. Your colors shine too big and too bright for that. Your wit, your fearlessness, the way you find beauty in, well, everything. It's what makes you unlike anyone else. You deserve a desert diamond in colors unlike anything else, too. Pale champagnes, to deep ambers, to smoky whiskeys. Natural colors that reflect all the shades of you. Discover Desert Diamonds. A diamond is forever.
Verbo's last-minute deals make chasing fresh mountain powder incredibly easy. With thousands of homes close to the slopes, you can get epic pow, freshies, first tracks, and more. Find last-minute deals with the last-minute filter on the app. Book a private vacation rental now at Verbo.com. You've got a big day, so you use unstoppable snacks to give your laundry non-stop freshness. So no matter how long the day goes, you can't stop this power, this walk, this pose, this strut, this look, this act. Your clothes will be so fresh you can confidently strut into that end of the day feeling like a boss. Let's talk business in my office. Add new unstoppable speeds to your watch for 24-hour non-stop freshness, so you can smell unstoppable.
Redirected market where the backhand scores. Red Wings host the Boston Bruins. Weekends at 6:45 on 97.1 Ticket.
our money behind that in a real way, and that's what I'm looking for.
Yeah, and look, ultimately, Dean, I understand. Believe me, the stadium is not very important to 90% of fans. It's a part of what your program is. I think there's a level you have to attain, and what I got tired of, a lot of people I know that are still ticket holders, donors, you're tired of seeing, why does Missouri have a better stadium? Why is Wake Forest designing a $250 million athlete village? Wake Forest, they have 2,500 students. I mean, so you get tired, or as Rico put it, Northwestern. Dean, the school has been in dereliction of duty as it would pertain to facilities for a long time. I mean, they did what, in 2004, they did the one side of the stadium. They never got to the other side. So by the time you do the other side, the other thing's out of date. Oh, but we got artisanal pretzels outside of Section 8. It took a while. It did, but here's the other thing, and this is where Fitzgerald, the alignment we talk about. You had basically a 7-year run where you had a buffet attendant as an AD in Beekman and a mall cop as an AD in Allen Howard. That's not major sports CEO guy. It's not. So now you have Jay Batt, who did crazy stuff at G-Tech. Okay, show me. This is a harder job, Jay, but you got to take the ACC.
I think you got Jay Batt, who is embracing the fact that it's all about the money. It's not about the honor. It's not about any of that stuff.
There is no honor. It's votes and votes.
And I think that's been the difference between the last ADs and Batt. He gets it. It's money. You got to spend the money in order to get
the other
guys here.
Everything I read, and this is a problem, they want to, Batt was on this committee for NIL, and they got Deloitte involved, and it's like, you know what? Schools aren't listening to that. Neither should you. I'm tired of MSU with this whole, we want to try to be good about things. Why? What's the point?
Yeah, there's no honor. There's no, well, we did it the right way. What's the right way?
Nice job. Nice job with the whole NCAA thing. The NCAA put you over a barrel, and they fluffed Michigan's pillow. What the hell's the difference?
Well, you got out of hand, of course.
Fair.
I had Bob Carter. Nope.
You're out of line. It's please. All I wanted was Mason Graham. Instead, we drafted a guy who's busy watching boobies at team meetings. What the hell's going on?
Sure, the guy Carter. He's good. Did he get a sack last night?
He's been benched 2 weeks in a row, and you find out that he smelled Tucker in a team meeting? What, are you kidding me?
I mean,
No, you just turn his mic off.
Keon Coleman's been bitched. He still came back.
Right. Keon Coleman stinks. Now I got to transition to telling you about Hungry Howie's. There's really no easy way to do it. Go buy some pizza. There.
You know what? Why you're missing the games?
There you go.
Team meetings.
Very simple. You don't feel like cooking tonight? Maybe your kid's got some ridiculous athletic event. Buy some pizza. Hungry Howie's has got you covered. And right now they got the mix and match deal. You get the best of every world because basically everything on the damn menu is $7.49 each. You mix and match them, pair them up, and get dinner on the table in under 20 minutes. So whether it's the Howie bread, the pizzas, the garden salads, or anything in between, everybody wins. So get to hungryhowies.com, order online, take advantage of the mix and match deal today.
Oh, hey, welcome to gift wrapping. Whoa, so done.
Hey, can you wrap these, please?
Wow, iPhone 17s. You splurged.
At T-Mobile, you can get 4 iPhone 17s on them. The new center stage front camera is amazing for group selfies. It's the perfect gift for everyone.
The worst. I only got my mom a robe.
Well, it's better than socks. Where are you going?
To T-Mobile. Thanks, Zoe. Holidays are better at T-Mobile. Get 4 iPhone 17s on us. No trade-in needed when you switch. Plus 4 lines for just $25 a line. Shoes on, water bottle spilled. Let's move, team.
Life around here can be flawed, but if there's one thing we can count on being easy, it's protecting our home and car with Progressive. With Progressive's reliable protection, we can just enjoy these special moments. Great us.
Thanks, Coach.
Bundle your home and auto with Progressive for peace of mind and reliable protection, all in one place. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states. Prices vary based on how you buy. Broken down vehicle on northbound M39 southbound just after 96, blocking out the left shoulder, left lane. Traffic is back to Detroit Road. Crash on northbound Mound Road at 10 Mile Road in Warren. 2 right lanes are blocked off. I'm Bell Mary. Ciao.
You know what went down at the Viper Room the night River Phoenix died? Are you aware of how Steve McQueen escaped death at the hands of the Manson family? What about the real-life brutal murder that inspired David Lynch's Twin Peaks? These stories and more are told in the Hollywood Land podcast, where true crime and town collide. Follow and listen to Hollywood Land wherever you get your podcasts.
That's the sound of James adding long-lasting gain scent boosters to his laundry this morning. Several hours later, James sniffs the irresistible scent of Gain on his shirt. Gain. Several hours later, James has even caught the attention of his mother-in-law, and she never gives him attention.
Oh, you smell amazing, James.
Oh, thanks, Mom. I love you too.
I never said that.
Add Gain scent boosters to your laundry. Add joy to your day.
Welcome to Radio Rental. The scariest stories you've ever heard in your life. All told by real people. And off we go. This wasn't a human being I saw. Just something here in this house. Something out of this world.
There was a woman living through the hall. I stepped back, and I was completely alone.
Radio Rental is available now. Listen for free on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts. You could keep daydreaming about McDonald's, or you could order McDelivery and be eating McDonald's. Some things are that easy. Possible.
At participating McDonald's, delivery prices may be higher than at restaurants. Treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
The Valenti and Rico Show is presented by Femininity Law. Go to GetDavidGetPaid.com.
All right, so we'll get to the last couple of phone calls, turn our attention back to the Lions, Pat Fitzgerald press conference. We gave you some of the audio. And again, is there a pathway to it working? Sure. I think anybody can work as long as you have the ability to spend. It's not a guarantee to it work. But I'll tell you, not spending is a guarantee to be bottom of the barrel. You saw a lot of it. I mean, while MSU could afford some of their good players, there's a reason they weren't in on any elite defensive linemen, any elite corners. It was bargain basement. Huh? You get what you pay for. Now, look, you can spend and it blows up in your face. Well, that's Jimbo Fisher. You hand a dinosaur a bunch of money. It ain't going to work. They got Mike Elko, who's a high-level defensive coach. Great staff put together and the money. Everything has alignment. State has to do the same. David, ticket text. What do you got, buddy?
I have no idea if the hire is going to work or not, but I'm definitely more excited about next season now than I would be if Johnny was still the coach. That is Bill in Commerce.
So you saw more emotion in 3 minutes from Fitzgerald than you got in 2 years from Smith.
I was going to say 3 seconds.
Yeah, it's just, look, it was a bad fit. You can't be that way at Michigan State. You have to identify with your customers. And Jonathan Smith never did.
Can he recruit? Unclear. Will he have the resources? Unclear. But I think the money rumored to be donated and hiring of Fitzgerald means MSU is actually serious about winning.
Yeah. And again, the recruiting stuff, it matters to a point, but watch any interview with a coach who's halfway honest. Players aren't asking about the education. They're not asking about the scheme. They're asking what's the offer. Hate to break it to you.
Fitzgerald looks like an awesome hire for my Spartans, but if he does do great, we will only be a stepping stone for his next job.
Is he great? Okay, but here's the thing. That doesn't make any sense, by the way.
I don't think so, but let's look at the other side of that.
You realize he turned down the NFL? You realize he turned down Michigan at Northwestern? Factual. He turned them down in 2011. If Northwestern wasn't a stepping stone, why the hell would State be? When State's a substantially better job. Sorry, Rico.
No. But here's the thing. Let's just say it is a stepping stone. You know what that means?
Who cares?
You're winning.
Yeah, exactly.
That means you're winning games. That means he's doing his job. That other teams are coveting your coach.
Who's the longest tenured coach in the Big Ten not named Kirk Ferentz? Who's a complete dinosaur? Name it.
Brian Day.
And when did he get hired?
19. Yeah, whenever. I can't remember when Urban left, but yeah.
19. No, but the point I'm making to you is nobody has tenure. The days of Chopa, Bo, Woody, Osborne, that's over. Right. Go around the country. Who the hell's been at their school a whole long time? Stepping stone, I'm with Rico. You either get fired or you win. Right. You outrun the masses. You know what? Before you can fire me, I'm going to take this next job, and I'm going to be a hero here, and I'll be a hero there. Go to Jay 97.1. Jay, how you doing, buddy?
What's up, buddy? How we doing today?
Not bad. Trying to work our way through this Fitzgerald stuff.
I am actually excited for the first time being a Spartan in years.
Okay.
I'm excited for the hire. I think it's the right hire. And honestly, with so much talk of no one will coach Michigan State, they're so far below everybody else. There's 27 jobs open. I thought it was pretty impressive that they hired who they did.
Yeah, Jay, I always laugh at stuff like that. Oh, my God, we can't fire Smith. Who will take the job? It's still one of the 15, 20, 25 best gigs in America. Like, if you can't find a coach as a place like Michigan State, shut it down.
Yeah, and they have money. And it's a question of what are they going to do with the money? And I completely agree with you. The number one thing has to be the stadium.
Oh, yeah. I mean, if you plan on having people there, if you plan on having a representation that
Hang on.
Okay.
Over there. How it works. You said it wasn't? So was your plan for the yesterday?
I know earlier this year they was talking about them dang on Waymos was messing up. If people going in the wrong direction, was having an accident, um, kept making circles. You know. I mean, but if you ask other people, that's the future. I don't. They said, you know, we decided to hop in the car without a driver. Uh, no, it was some black on. It was some men. You got people excited about that Tesla robot, that in-home robot that they people. Yeah, but they excited. Some people pre-ordered it like they pre-ordered that Cybertruck. That's supposed to be the future. I don't. I just don't understand why. Like people know, like per se, this technology is supposed to eliminate jobs or take away the people. Yeah, why y'all want? You know what I'm saying? Why y'all so eager? It's bad enough. Like Amazon couldn't just. But it's out. Yeah, but out. Well, but it's obvious because it affects jobs. Look at Amazon, right? Amazon. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, it's gonna come to a point they can't. They're not gonna be able to produce enough cars for that. They're not gonna. They're not gonna. It's not like for right now. Like I say, on DoorDash alone, there's 7 million drivers. Like you know, they're not gonna. They'll need to even have robots do this job. They'll need at least 14 million robots. And is a robot gonna climb up the stairs? Is it gonna go in there and analyze the right apple or banana, the right sauce? So it's gonna be a long. Yeah, But it's going to be a long process before that. Eventually, yeah, that's true. That is true. Somebody shopping when you're in the car and it goes to the island. And yeah, you roll up and get your groceries in the car. So. Woo! There we go. It's gone.
because I see one of the picks that you traded away is Jalen Phillips. I'm never going to win the argument with you, so you're not wrong. I just choose to view it on surface. You traded a lot to get Tesla. I said 5 digits, at least fair. Ratledge, I think, can be a good player. But overall, when you look comprehensively at the last 2 draft classes, these guys aren't helping you win games. That's your depth. Remember what Brad said? Well, it's going to be hard for a lot of these draft picks to make the team. We have so many good players. You sure about that? Because the minute one receiver got hurt, I had to look at Tom Kennedy, who's like a modern-day David Kirkus. You sure about that? We're good. You sure about that? 248-539-9797. So if you want to talk Fitz, we can do it. You want to talk Lions? Those stats. Is it an indictment on Holmes? Where do you stand with Hutch? It's all there. Cowboys coming to town on Thursday. Yeah, man. It's chips to the middle of the table. Win, you got a shot. Lose, you're done. Period. 248-539-9797. All right, America's place to watch football. Stadium Swims, located at Cirque Resort Casino. All the biggest games built for you, the fans. 6 pools, 3 levels. Perfect view of the big screen. Right in the heart of Las Vegas. It's Stadium Swim. Book your spot today at circalasvegas.com.
Listen to my voice talking to you about the new Old Spice NFL collection at Walmart. Now listen to my smell. I smell like NFL stars Jared Goff, CeeDee Lamb, Saquon Barkley, CJ Stroud, and George Kittle. I smell like greatness. Why? Because I'm wearing Old Spice's new NFL collection. How can you put the greatness of the NFL into a smell, you ask? You can't. But Old Spice can. And they did. Smell like Suntal and Speed, Driftwood and Drive, Sea Tides and Toughness, with the Old Spice NFL collection available at Walmart. Smell like the greatest smell in the NFL, Old Spice.
With stays under $250 a night, Verbo makes it easy to celebrate sweater weather. Book a cabin with leaf views or a home with a fire pit for nights with friends. With stays under $250 a night, find a home for your exact needs. Book now at Verbo.com.
You could keep daydreaming about McDonald's, or you could order McDelivery and be eating McDonald's. Something that easy.
At participating McDonald's, delivery prices might be higher than at restaurants.
Find the most wonderful gifts at Macy's Kaufman Center during the Friends and Family Sale, with incredible deals on our best brands like Donna Karan, Avec Les Filles, Calvin Klein, and more, all at 30% off. Plus, take 15% off beauty and fragrance from Lancôme Clinique and Yves Saint Laurent. Or Star Rewards members can earn $20 in Star Money for every $100 spent on eligible brands. Going on now, only at Macy's during the Friends and Family Sale. Savings off regular and already reduced prices. Exclusions apply.
Zoe, the mall's about to close. It's impossible to do anything in 15 minutes.
Oh, it's possible, Harvey. I mean, you can switch to T-Mobile in just 15 minutes. So, you think you can find your auntie a sweater?
Come on, spend an hour buying jelly beans.
I know, I do love jelly beans. Trust me, now you can switch to T-Mobile in just 15 minutes. Plus, you'll get America's Best Network.
No.
No. 15.
Maybe I should push T-Mobile right now. This holiday, switch to T-Mobile in just 15 minutes from your phone. Check out 15 minutes or less per line. T-Mobile, the best mobile network in the U.S. based on health. Specs of speed test until speed of 2025.
You've got a big day, so you use Unstoppable Scent Boosters to give your laundry non-stop freshness. So no matter how long the day goes, you
can't stop this power, this walk, this pose, this strut, this look, this talk.
Your clothes will be so fresh you can confidently strut into that end of the day meeting like a
boss. Let's talk business in my office.
Add new Unstoppable Speeds to your watch for 24-hour non-stop freshness, so you can smell unstoppable.
Movie? Check. Beverages? Check. A corgi who's much too interested in my popcorn? Check.
We try to be prepared for anything around here, but it's not always easy. Protecting our home and auto with Progressive? That's simple. Their coverage is reliable, and that's exactly how we like it.
Taxi.
Bundle your home and auto with Progressive for peace of mind and reliable protection, all in one place. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states. Coverage subject to policy terms. Prices vary based on how you buy.
Hey guys, Fly on the Wall is back for another season. That's right. On audio and video every Monday and Thursday. Follow and listen to Fly on the Wall everywhere you get your podcasts.
My new podcast, Crimes Of, explores the forces behind some of the most unforgettable crimes in history. Listen to and follow Crimes Of, available now wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome to Radio Rental. The scariest stories you've ever heard in your life.
all told by real people. And off we go.
This wasn't a human being accident. There's something in this house. Something not of this world.
There was a woman moving through the hall. I stepped back, and I was completely alone.
Radio Rental is available now. Listen for free on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
The Detroit Lions face the Dallas Cowboys at Ford Field on Thursday Night Football. Lions game day starts at 5 with Costa and Rico live from Buffalo Wild Wings in downtown Detroit. 97.1 The Ticket.
I just received a missive, and I shouted Will Birchfield out because I thought he was great last night on Lions with you, talking about Kirby Joseph and giving kind of a look behind the curtain. Kirby, generally a really positive guy, really dejected, limping off the field at practice, basically just saying my knee is effed, and surgery's not going to help. I got to just trust God. That doesn't sound like I was going to play Thursday. Also was not out there, but Will just sent me something. Because I don't have social media, but he sent me something he put out there just to prove my point with Hutch in this D-line. So Birchie said the following: the Lions combined for 17 pressures last week, which I also think is balderdash, but 0 sacks. The Packers had 15 pressures, but 3 sacks. How? Birchfield writes, Jordan Love had 2.5 plus seconds to throw on 2/3 of his dropbacks. Goff on less than half of his. Jameis Winston had 2.5 seconds or more on 75% of his dropbacks the week prior. So again, I tell you, you are a man coverage team. If you are allowing a quarterback that much time, you are putting your secondary in an impossible spot, and it renders your pressures useless. Pressures that take 2.5, 3, or in the case of Jameis Winston, he had 3.22 seconds per throw. If you take 3.22 seconds to pressure the quarterback, that stat is null and void to me. No, that's where people got to stop touching their own chandelier about Hutch. The pressures don't matter when they take 4 seconds. That Collinsworth grift. 248-539-9797.
No, it's the eyeball test. I mean, when you look up, when you watch certain games, you know, okay, this guy is a disruptive force. Unfortunately, when you watch Hutch play, it's almost like,
nothing for 50 years. You should be happy that you got this far. And I'm going to run this team the way I'm going to run this team. We don't need to improve it. We're going to build for the future. But the future was now. I mean, we were 30 minutes away from going to the big show. And it's the fact that he didn't add anybody. I mean, okay, so he had a great couple drafts his first 2 years with the team. But after the championship, the NFC Championship game appearance, can you name me one guy that jumped off the page that he drafted?
After, I want to make sure I answer this accurately. You're saying after
last year's draft and the year before.
Oh no.
Exactly. So I mean, why are we? I just think we anointed this guy a genius.
Yeah, if you wanted to say mahogany, but I'd be real careful.
Yeah, right. I mean, he's hurt, and when was in there, he showed like he might have a future. Okay, but
I'm more concerned not with the drafts, but with free agency and trades.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. If you didn't get it in the draft, I mean, you had a Ragnar that was teetering on retirement for 3 years, did nothing there. And then when he finally pulled the cord,
You're sitting there holding the bag, and you got a rookie you're trying to put in the center, and you got a guy that was a horrible PPF report last year trying to take over that spot. Yeah. So what do you think's going to happen? I mean,
Drew, I think the other thing that's interesting too, and we'll never get the full story. I understand the player had an intent on wanting to go home, right? Kevin Zeitler going to Tennessee. Yep. To me, that's a move where you just have to pay more to keep the player. And again, if the player said no, we'll never get the full story on that. Right. But that was a grave error. That's a veteran. And that was one of the all-season moves I liked that he did after the NFC Championship game. We brought him in. Yeah, because Zeitler was a big move. And at the time, I told you, I was pissed the Giants let him go. Zeitler was very good for my team. And we just let him, because my team is dopey. We let him go. That was a really nice signing for you. No, yeah, you kind of broke down your Giants. I feel you. I'm not going to make fun of you anymore. I'm done, man. 5-25 our last 30. Hey, did you see our kicker? I'm done. What was that last night? I've never seen it. Never seen that. I have. You're a big Charlie Brown fan. That hurts. We'll go to Tom, 97.1. Tommy, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, I'm calling from Little Rock, Arkansas. How you fellas doing?
Hey, Tom, doing great, pal. What's on your mind?
Well, I want to talk real briefly about the Fitz hiring. I want to give you a little bit of background about me. First of all, listening to you guys online, it's enjoyable listening to you. We got nothing but a bunch of homers down here in Arkansas when it comes to the Razorbacks. So it's nice to listen to somebody who's actually honest about things.
Thank you.
By the way, that take you had about Iowa last hour,
yes.
That was hilarious.
Oh, good. I'm glad you got
it.
I'm glad you
that was hilarious. Listen, I've been a Spartan fan since 1965. I am 70 years old. To my first Spartan game when I was 9 years old. Still a Spartan fan. Will always be a Spartan fan. Been a season ticket holder now for about 18 years. And going to the basketball game Saturday night. Got season tickets to basketball as well, so I come up there a lot.
Fantastic.
What's that?
That's awesome.
Yeah. Yeah. So all I just wanted to say was, I think the Fitzgerald hire is pretty good. I'm not 100% excited about it, but it could have been a lot worse. And think about this for a second. Can you tell me when the last time Michigan State beat Notre Dame, Ohio State, Penn State, and Michigan in the same year?
I believe it would be 1999.
You are absolutely correct. And they play all four of those teams in 2027. So wouldn't that be nice if this could get this program turned around and beat all four of those games in 2 years?
All we need is guys like Julian Peterson and Blackstone Harris. Now, fortunately, you can have that if you're willing to spend about $40 million.
You're right about that. You're right about that. We can only dream, right?
At this point, maybe we'll get all their kids.
Anyway, I appreciate it. I listen to you all the time. It's the first time I've ever been trying to call in.
Tom, I appreciate it. Tom, how about this? Keep calling back. Yeah, and I'll give you your Razorback. That's a terrible hire of Ryan Silverfield.
I would agree with that. He was at Memphis for 6 years.
There you go. Never won the conference.
I think a championship game in 6 years is pretty good.
That's right, and you got FedEx money. Everybody else is getting that 50-cent burrito at the bodega, and you got FedEx money, and you can't win the American. I'm not telling you Arkansas need to stay with Sam Pittman or keep old neck brace Bobby Petrino, but you got to do better than that.
What? The neck brace? Oh, neck brace is all time. Looking like he's the lobster in the neck all time.
Go to Marty. 97. Marty, how you doing, buddy?
Good, Mike. I can't agree with you more that Brad Holmes has to be held accountable for this. And you hit it right on the head. Not only the last two drafts, but free agents and trades. I mean, Jalen Phillips, we could have used him. He would have helped for Hutch. And then in the offseason, he didn't get anybody for a backup center that we knew Ragnar was going to potentially be on his way out. He's got the smartest guy in the room complex, and it's not bad.
I'm with you. And again, I'm not the one who did the receipt segment, right? I'm not the one who has the villain shirt. I'm not playing dress up at the draft. I didn't come on the station and basically mock the thought of acquiring a defensive end. You know, he's got to own the things he's done. Now, he's done a nice job setting a foundation here, but part of that job is to be a Howie Roseman and get this thing over the finish line. And that offseason last year, we were all worried about it. True. Then you lose coordinators. Then you don't blame Dan Campbell. You hired a bad OC in John Morton. That's why he took his job. And now you relied on injured people who are now injured. And your defensive line is, according to the stats, the worst in football at the most important thing, going and getting the quarterback. You still own it. So different, Marty. Marty, I gotta let you go because it sounds like you're in an Amtrak or something. But like the whole point is, I don't care what you do for a living. Like with our show, if we go out and make bad personnel decisions and ratings and revenue tank, we are accountable to that, along with people who sit in the offices. Well, the few managers here, they are accountable. You don't get to just leave about and there's no accountability. Yes. No. Listen to you pontificate. Go take one more call. I'm excited for you. David told me they're presenting you with your donor smart jet tonight against Iowa. That's exciting. Jody, Jody, how you doing? Jody? Oh yeah, how you doing? Hey, Jody, what's going on? I mean, you know, it's been on point all day, so I'm kind of completely agreeing with y'all with most of the things that I'm saying referring to the Lions. Sure. But I just got one little riffle with y'all about Tesla. I don't think it's fair to judge Tesla yet, because, I mean, he only got 5 completions, but he also got 3 touchdowns. That's a good ratio. Jody, let me be clear. I think he's got potential to be a really good football player. The problem is what he does in 26, 27, 28. That ain't helping me now. And to Rico's point, let's say you use that 3rd-round pick on another offensive line. Let's say you used it on a defensive line. That player is helping you right now. Or, Jody, listen, let's think about this. You traded away your 2 third-round picks for next year that you got. That could be more depth. That could be more pieces because right now you see you need more. They're gone. But when you're saying it like that, you're absolutely right because the defensive line and the offensive line stink. Yes. And that's the whole reason we're going through a lot of things. Also, I just want to say something about Dan Campbell, then I'm going to let you guys go. Go ahead. I think Dan Campbell has to do an ego check because I just feel like he's too cocky for certain times and certain positions of the game. I don't think he's a bad coach. I think he's a great coach. Hey, newsflash. Last year, you were batting about 80% on 4th down. Okay? You're still top 5 in the league and going for it, but you're outside the top 20 and converting it. Jody, he's absolutely, you can't do what you were doing because you aren't who you used to be. I don't have that same confidence that, they'll get this. Now it's like, and by the way, we're going to close your mouth. We're getting a couple of callers. No one's giving up on Brad Holmes. Mike in Detroit, I see you, but we're up against it. No one giving up on him. But there does need to be a little pivot here now. Brad has every right to fix this thing. Would you show me another offseason where it's the Marcus Davenport Memorial? My head's going to explode. You've drafted another wide receiver, another project. Oh boy, take him to church. All right. Hey guys, you've heard me talk about my partnership with Bandits. It's their one-of-a-kind fair play injury protection covering all first-half pro injuries. Did you know fair play covers first-half pro basketball injuries as well? That's right. But that's why it's been no better place to get than Fanatics Sportsbook. Monday night, my point again, Phoenix at LA. All-star guard goes down. You know who I'm talking about with a lower body injury in the first quarter. It did not return for the rest of the game. Fanatics Fair Play voided all pro bets across the straight parlays and same game parlays instantly. Some books protect your bet for the first quarter. Some do nothing. But now at Fanatics Sportsbook, where they're flipping losing bets into winning bets for the whole pro basketball season. I got the numbers right here. Fanatics Sportsbook Fair Play policy. Save 32% of the single game parlays. Don't wait for that bad beat with other books. Bet with the book that always has your back. That's Fanatics Sportsbook. Winning, it's different here. Got to be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Not available in all states. Terms apply. See Fanatics Sportsbook app.
Find the most wonderful gifts at Macy's Kakumanu Center during the Friends and Family Sale with incredible deals on our best brands like Donna Karan, Avec Les Filles, Calvin Klein, and more, all at 30% off. Plus, take 15% off beauty and fragrance from Lancôme Clinique and Yves Saint Laurent. Or Star Rewards members can earn $20 in Star Money for every $100 spent on eligible brands. Going on now, only at Macy's during the Friends and Family Sale. Savings off regular and already reduced prices. Exclusions apply.
That's the sound of James adding long-lasting gain scent boosters to his laundry this morning. Several hours later, James sniffs the irresistible scent of Gain on his shirt. Gain. Several hours later, James has even caught the attention of his mother-in-law, and she never gives him attention.
Oh, you smell amazing, James.
Oh, thanks, Mom. I love you too.
I never said that.
Add Gain scent boosters to your laundry. Add joy to your day.
For the accident along northbound Mound at 10 Mile Road, clear southbound Card Road just south of 23 Mile Road in Macomb. Right lane and right center turn lane are blocked with police on scene. I'm Val Berry with traffic.
You could keep daydreaming about McDonald's, or you could order McDelivery and be eating McDonald's. Some things are that easy.
At participating McDonald's, food or prices may be higher than in restaurants. Movie? Check. Beverages? Check. A corgi who's much too interested in my popcorn? Check.
We try to be prepared for anything around here, but it's not always easy. Protecting our home and auto with Progressive? That's simple. Their coverage is reliable, and that's exactly how we like it.
Taxi.
Bundle your home and auto with Progressive for peace of mind and reliable protection, all in one place. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states. Coverage subject to policy terms. Prices vary based on how you buy. Hey y'all, this is Maggie Freeling, host of the new podcast, Up and Vanish Weekly. Tune in each week as Pete, Lindsay, and I are joined by other true crime experts to take a fresh look at some of the most puzzling crimes and shine a spotlight on the cases that have stumped investigators for far too long. So go right now and search Up and Vanish Weekly in your podcast app to follow the show. Listen for free wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey there, we're Corinne Vienne and Sabrina Diana Roga here to introduce our newest podcast, Crimes of, a Crime House original. Crimes of is a weekly series that explores a new theme each season, from crimes of the paranormal, unsolved murders, and more. Our first season is Crimes of Infamy, the true crime stories behind Hollywood's most iconic horror villains. Listen to and follow Crimes of, available now wherever you get your podcasts.
Requires qualifying detectives. Other restrictions.
The Valenti and Rico Show is presented by Femininity Law. Go to GetDavidGetPaid.com.
They want some football, David, some accompanied music, please. Yes, the ultra-toxic, disgusting sport of golf. It is your favorite sport, Michael. Yeah. All right, let's start off like a prostitution market. Diego Pavea will be in New York for the Heisman Ceremony. It's on my ballot. I don't know if I'm indicative of the other voters, but I'm putting him there. He basically put a team on his back. And I'm not telling you they're the best team in America. He doesn't have to help them. Stowers, that tight end, is excellent. But look, he's a winner. Some guys just have it. Diego Pavia has it. He wills his team to win. I mean, look at even against Tennessee. All right, I'm gonna tote the rock to win it. Whatever it takes. I'm gonna make the winning play. He's on my ballot. I think he deserves it. Now I can do without his family. The Amazon thing. He's got like the Jokic brothers. You know, the mom is enjoying being a celebrity. We've had enough for her. We don't need any more camera on her, please. No, you don't like the families out there grabbing all the glory in the spotlight? No, I don't. It's his moment. He's earned it. Sit in the background and celebrate Thanksgiving together. Nobody needs to see you on national TV 38 times. All right, I know you probably have seen this, but it looks like they're going to be playing a football game in Brazil. Thank God. It's just what I was hoping. A college game in Brazil? Yes, college game in Brazil. Because why not, Dave? I mean, I know it's what's it going to be? North Carolina State and University of Virginia. Yeah, that speaks Brazil to me. 2026, NC State's going to open up there. You guys answer my question. The only way that's a thing.
Yeah, you've totally jumped the shark, but you're already seeing it. Like, wasn't Michigan's game in Europe tied to like NIL? Yeah, Germany. You get paid, and you disperse the money to the kids. It's not. This is absurd. If you want to do a neutral site game, let's say you wanted to play Virginia, NC State, play it in Charlotte, sell out, Richardson Stadium. I can understand those types of things. This stuff is nuts. When Notre Dame did their Barnesville, hey, it's the Fighting Irish in Dublin. Right. I mean, it makes sense to that. Yeah. That makes not this. What? I'm sure the people of Rio de Janeiro are bricked up to see Tony Elliott in Virginia. Wait, will anybody in Brazil have a Russell Wilson booth? Because when I'm driven through Virginia, I say, you know what? This reminds me of Brazil. Yeah, makes sense. Kind of all. All right. What is going on? And what's going to happen against it?
I stepped back and I was completely blown.
Radio rental is available now. Listen for free on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Zoe, the mall's about to close. It's impossible to do anything in 15 minutes. Oh, it's possible, Harvey. I mean, you can switch to T-Mobile in just 15 minutes. So, you think you can find your auntie a sweater?
I once spent an hour buying jelly beans.
I know, like you love jelly beans. Trust me. Now you can switch to T-Mobile in just 15 minutes. Plus, you'll get America's Best Network.
No.
Please.
No.
Maybe I should switch to T-Mobile right now.
Oh,
Switch to T-Mobile in just 15 minutes on your phone. Check out 15 minutes or what's on T-Mobile. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis. Maximum speed test utilities. Take a flight in 2025.
Hey there, we're Corinne Vian and Sabrina Dianaroga here to introduce our newest podcast, Crimes of, a Crime House Original. Crimes of is a weekly series that explores a new theme each season, from crimes of the paranormal, unsolved murders, and more. Our first season is Crimes of Infamy, the true crime stories behind Hollywood's most iconic horror villains. Listen to and follow Crimes of, available now wherever you get your podcasts.
I usually want the ticket, but like to remind you that when you text the ticket, standard text messaging rates apply. To our players, I can't wait to get to work. I promise you, I said this to you guys earlier, you'll get a coaching staff that is fully invested in your development, academically, personally, and athletically. We're going to play smart, tough, and disciplined football. And we will hold ourselves to the highest standards in everything that we do. And we will be represent this great university with the highest integrity, competitive fire, and passion. Well, Pat Fitzgerald to round out the day. Again, I could be convinced it's very good. Show me the NIL commitment. Show me the staff. I'll tell you, the last two coaching staffs, not just Nick, I'm talking about the actual coordinators, people you brought in. I mean, how about MSU having one of the 3 highest paid offensive line coaches in America? Again. And it's another total win. I'm not telling you I expected State to be dominant, but that was the worst offensive line in history. It was a farce. You want to talk time to pressure? Ready? Here's time to pressure at State. Right? Yeah. Gone. Alessio couldn't even collect the snap. David, a few tickets if you don't mind. We'll get Reeks in here. Rico had to make his way to MSU Iowa tonight. He's delivering 3 games. I think I'm dying back here. Are you okay? Tony from Northfield. The Hutchinson contract will be a anchor on the Lions then. Get it? You are not ready to say that. Now, again, stop putting me in a position where I have to defend that. I don't want. I'm going to be fair about it. They haven't given him help. They're asking him to play way too many snaps. Does he need to be better individually? 100%. Does he need to ditch the new stance where he thinks he's Nick Bosa? You're not, and it's ineffective. Much prefer when he just stands up. I'm just dumbfounded. we are still talking about the fact we still need to add another defensive end. 2 years now. Where's Brad Holmes?
Yeah, it's also you need to add more everywhere up front. It's not a good defensive line. And newsflash, like next year, who's back? Haskell's not back. Onzarique's not back. Davenport's not back. DJ Reader's not back. Who's back? It's look. This is why windows exist. They can create cap space. There's no doubt. But the creation of the space you are borrowing from tomorrow to pay for today. I'm good with that, but I wanted it 2 years ago, and I wanted it this year, this past year. This was your window, your best window. They'll be good, no question. But if you end up 10-7 this year and you don't make the playoffs, do you care that you were good? No. You deserve a Super Bowl. That is what you are owed as fans of this team. And the problem is, this organization seemingly isn't chasing that with the ferocity that is required to attain it. You see how the Rams, the Bucks, the Eagles, how they've all behaved. The Niners, well, they consistently chase that in a ferocious, maniacal manner. They don't sit there and mock their fan base for wanting to get better like Brad has. So, fix it. And look, again, guys, the NFL's wild. I beg you not to write this team off. I'm not writing them off Thursday. I'm not writing them off to make the playoffs. If you get in, anything can happen. Sign the 07 Giants. It's plausible. So but in the meantime, yeah, you have to talk about these things. You're dead last in football in time to pressure, in opponents' quarterbacks' time to pass, and you got one of the highest paid edges in the league. Come on now. Somebody's got to take some smoke for them. David, go ahead while Rieger plugs him.
I'm a Spartan alum, but after this hiring, I quit. I give up on this program.
I would need reasons why. That feels kind of weird to me. The man hasn't hired a staff. If tomorrow, look, they're getting basically $700 million off the rip towards this $1 billion. If a little piece of that is carved for NIL, and next year State takes the field with a $7 million defensive line like Texas Tech, why did you leave? Now, you want to tell me you left because you're tired of the sport, which is more where I'm at? Respect. But that's not on Pat Fitzgerald. That's on us as fans that we just don't like what it's become. Riggs, what's going on with you?
What's going on, Michael? I think your boy said everything he needed to say, and now we find out if it's real or not.
Yeah, look, you knew he was going to win the press conference. He's a very good public speaker. I don't care about that stuff. I think it's positive because, look, you had a jar of mayonnaise coaching the team the last 2 years.
Is Cool Whip better than mayonnaise?
Whatever you want. The bottom line is show me the staff, show me the NIL.
Well, here's the thing I was looking at, and it's way too early for this, but obviously this day and age, guys don't get a whole lot of time before people make up their minds. So next year, you play, next year, what's an acceptable record?
Minimum 7.
Okay, you play USC, you play Notre Dame, you play UCLA, you play Michigan, you play Oregon. It's doable, right?
You can lose all 5 of them.
Right.
It still goes right as 5.
Exactly.
So my hope that's, people don't have to like what I'm saying. You asked me the question. I'm giving you the answer. There is no build. There's no building. Plus 7-5 is not even a good record. No, it just means they're not egregiously garbage.
Exactly. Not to mention you'll wake up, you hear about Sparta, the $1 billion money fall.
Hey, all I'll tell you is this. If the district taught us anything, renderings, they don't matter. But that rendering is pretty sweet.
Oh, it's gorgeous.
You show me that. You may see me back up there.
Well, how about this, though? It's like exactly from your words to Jay Bat's actions. Like, he did exactly what you've been calling for. Now, do they follow through?
We'll see.
That's the big question.
We'll see.
But we will see. Anyway, what's going on?
Look, we had a very nice show. We did the Fitzpatrick stuff.
Fitzgerald stuff was enlightening.
Well, did you? Okay, something or nothing.
I mean, listen, I think it's probably more of how he's being used than all of a sudden signs a new contract and stops being productive. But yeah,
it's kind of fun to talk about.
I was washing my dishes, right? At least at the scene. It was at home. I was washing dishes. I'm listening to you and Rico. You give the stats pre and post contract. And you're like, well, what happened on October 29th? I'm like, 2 days before Halloween. I don't know. And you're like, he signed his contract. I'm like, oh boy.
That's the fun of it.
Of course.
But with Dallas coming to town, the numbers are the numbers. His quarterbacks have an eternity to throw the ball against you, so whatever pressures you're getting are useless. You play man cover. You can't give quarterbacks 3 seconds. Great, you finally pressured them. And guys are open now. It's silly.
It's brutal is what it is. At least they know they have an issue. Listening to Kelvin Shepard talk about it, he's going to try some personnel differences. We'll see if it works.
Does Brad Holmes know they have an issue?
He has. Okay. There's no way. I said this the other day to you. The Brad Holmes press conference is going to be as highly anticipated as the Scott Harris presser was. Scott Harris came right out and said all the negative narratives about our team we deserve. Brad's got to say the same damn thing if it doesn't go their way. Now, if they make the playoffs, life is good. Here's the question for you. As a fan right now, future topic, would you rather miss the postseason, get the better draft pick, Holmes understands this doesn't fly, he's got to change, or make the playoffs?
No, choice A, because I don't think, regardless of whether they get in or I know anything can happen. I don't think this is the team for anything to happen.
Despite the fact that there's a ton of parity and no team looks all that dominant?
Still think the Rams are really good, buddy. Fair. Don't let a cross-country trip in a monsoon where Stafford goes hand grenade mode. Look, bottom line, I hear you. I don't have a strong opinion one way or the other. I would lean the other way because what I want is an ideological change from the organization. Prioritize, invest in Hutch more than the contract. Yeah, and if it took me missing the playoffs this year to get that, I guess I would do that.
Yeah, you probably need some O-line help too. Yeah.
We'll see what Thursday brings. Because bottom line, if you're giving Dak 3 seconds to throw the ball, you're dead.
They've been so red hot, man.
Maybe they tank. Maybe they come in here and drop an egg like Rams did against Carolina.
That's a possibility.
All right, we'll talk to everybody tomorrow. Reeks is up next, 97.1. All right, so the other night, let me tell you this story. Got a friend. He was like, hey, come over and watch the video.
Want me need some help? Somebody right in the seat. You want me to help you find it?
I thought I walked away.
She'll be right down with you. You said macadamia with matcha.
Yeah.
Okay. If I see him and I'll see you again, I'll give him to you. Thank you.
Let's put you.
Right. No, sir. No. No.
How much is it?
I think you. Thank you, ma'am. No. Is that beef or pork? Chicken? Yeah. No. No.
크림을 먹어도 돼.
it was send me a picture. I'm getting a message at the red plate, so there's a little bit cheaper than the green. Excuse me, sir. Excuse me, sir. Whoa, 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 whoa. Oh, get the beep, beep.
Oh my god. What the?
You want mine? No. You can go though. You can go. You're welcome. I know. You work hard. hmm I didn't want to block traffic. That's why I was over there. No, she was already there. I was behind her. Sure. Sure. Somebody all right? Good, bro. How you? I'm good. I like I'm there. Yeah. You're welcome.
That's going to be. Okay. Let me just hold for real quick. If I'm gonna take one. You put your bagel? Item number 33149. Amount is 1127. Cool. Yeah, yep. Empty. Yeah.
baby. Yes, I have your Instacart delivery from Costco. I'm here, but there's no unit or tower number on the app.
Okay. So I use tower number 423 from 11.
So
2311.
okay, tower 12311. Okay,
Yes, thank you.
thank you. I'm just gonna be a dumb bitch.